after I was ready to start is because my internet's being an absolute piece of shit, and I'm trying to die. It's fucking who knows what's going on. Anyway, I opened up fucking Task Manager to try and work out what's going on. It all started working, and now that I've actually hit Ghost fucking live, it's decided that it's going to just start dying again. I do not know what the fuck is wrong with my internet. So, fucking who knows? It's sitting at the stable 5 now. I'm so sick of this shit. So I didn't stream Friday because the pest man came and it was like, oh, they're going to spray inside. So it would be like I'd have to do like 2 hours in the morning and then 2 hours of them spraying and 2 hours in the afternoon. So I decided it wasn't worth doing that. And then fucking Sunday at about lunchtime, the power went out and didn't come back on all of yesterday. So I didn't get to stream yesterday either. I don't fucking know what's going on with this. I suspect my GPU is working much harder because I told it to compress into a smaller bitrate, which is interesting. Like if I said that to 10 and that to 20, it's either going to stop working entirely or my GPU won't be working so hard. The fact that my GPU is just like GPU is getting hammered because I'm trying to compress like the entire bit stream into 5 megabit. Ironically, it's like even if I tell it to do it to 10 megabit, it still doesn't do it to 10 megabit. But anyway, let's just get on with the stream because who fucking knows with the internet. So I didn't really have any chance to work on this because no power. But I did notice a few things that are like pretty easy to fix. One, the reason the torch is broken is because looking at this, the width is 1 and the height is 3, so I've actually just entered it wrong in the sheet that spawns it. That's why the torch is stretched, is because it's actually supposed to be 3x, not 3y. And then this I think is a big hint to what the fuck's going on with the orientation, is that that still doesn't make sense to me why this bag is working, but the fact that this one is closer than this one, and this one's out by so far, makes me think that it must be out by some proportion of the aspect ratio. The confusing thing is that this one's the other aspect ratio to so you'd think it would be out by more. So I legitimately just have no idea what the fuck's going on. To the level of I feel like I might just decide that everything sticks to that top corner because it would at least make it easier. Because this is actually in the right spot, I think, for if I hadn't rotated it, because when I rotate it, I rotate from here to here. But it's, yeah. Actually, no, it should be up here. But like the idea is that like if I keep the 0, 0 as this cell, then this orientation would be correct. So I think I might just end up doing that. So we'll fix the torch first, because that seems like a pretty easy fix. I tried to do the Steam hardware survey, that's what that was. Okay. Going back to here, we're going to go like to our list of items. We're going to go to torch and go, you're 3 by 1, thank you. 3 by 1. Right, now I should fix the torch. It does also mean that I believe my bounding boxes can possibly be made smaller. Probably not, though, to be honest. Did that fix the torch? Please tell me that fixed the torch. Hey, the torch actually looks like a fucking torch now. And the torch is also showing off that it is also broken. So it's got something to do with things that are wider than they are tall. But I don't understand why the can fixed it. And okay, yeah, the big thing that throws me off is that the backpack still works, like the big backpack. But this tells me pretty conclusively like that it's out by some kind of multiple of itself. So I don't remember where that code is. Inventory. The fit logic. It's got to be in like shape. Apply UI transform. Yeah. Okay. So the X is what's gone wrong here. Like your offset's 3x and 21, which I believe is going to be this cell. Maybe not though. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. Wait, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Yeah, so it's here. So that's your center, which means you're going the wrong way. And that's your Y, I believe. Why is it going the wrong way? I guess this is a good one to test then. So your 321 now. So it's 5 by 2. All right, so go down here. Go 5 by 2, which becomes 2 by 5. So he reckons that this is the so x, so 2 minus 5 divided by 5 times 2, 3, which is negative 0.3. Interesting. Is this the other math thing? It's negative x, so negative 2 plus y plus 5 times 5, which is 3 times 50, so it's 15 divided by 4. 15 divided by 4. Wait. No, not 15. Yeah, no, that is 15, isn't it? It's a negative 2 plus 5 times 5 divided by 4. U should be 3.375, 3.75 AI, thank you. Okay. So it feels very much incorrect, but anyway, we're going to find this item, whatever this item happens to be. This is like one of the backpacks. They're all up by the same amount. Okay, so I don't have to track down exactly what's going on. So we just have to find the small pocket and then go rendered item, this one. Right. So negative 30. So these are the numbers that my thing gave it, which are incorrect. So negative 30 seems to be correct. But it should have been. Hey, how did the AI get that right? Okay, so X should be negative 1.25. Whoop, no, negative 1.25, and this is correct. All right, like it was. Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. So, what is the formula to get to negative 125? See, the AI knew it was right. Like that's what the AI's guess was, but I think it's positive. But anyway, how the hell do I turn this? Okay, calculator. 2 divided by 5. 3 divided by 4. Times 22. Okay, 3 divided by 2. What the fuck, brain? Stop giving numbers. 3 divided by 2. No, okay. So it's 6 divided by 4. No. How did I get that there's zeros and fives? 3 divided by 4. Okay. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. So you need to be. But how do I do that? Alright, this is where I think I might have to default to that. I just can't work out what this math is. Points. I want the formula to turn 1 Alright, so we've got 2 by 5 becomes negative 0.3, negative 1.25, 4 by 1 becomes 1.5, negative 0.375. What's the other one? 7 by 5 becomes 0.2 by 0.2, negative 0.714. Okay, and then 2 by 3 becomes 0.25, comma, negative 0.5, and 2 by 2 becomes 0 and negative 0.5. Right. Just see. This is what I'm just given the sequence. I want to see if it actually comes up with a fucking thing. Mostly because I've run it in math. Like I do not know, and honestly, the AI is not even probably the best way to do this, because something like Wolfram Alpha probably has a fucking way of doing this where you can convert one set of points to another set of points. But I can't see it. It's the issue. The AI is criticizing me. Okay, that seems interesting. Which might lead to an output of minus x minus 1 by 2x. Which seems equal but that depends on y, not really. My first output resulting in h equals 3 divided by 10, or 1 yields 1.5, or 3 over 2, and 7.5 gives 1 over 5. V. Okay. So assuming you mean inputs x, y mapping to output points u, v, so the data is checking that its numbers are still correct. Yes. Okay, so I didn't fuck up any of the numbers. There is no unique formula for only 5 examples unless you tell me what kind of formula you want. Linear. Okay. This does not seem fucking correct. It should be a simple linear transformation. We'll try Wolfram Alpha. Wolfram Alpha. Sequence. Point to point calculator. Calculate transform. Geometric transforms. Something tells me that maybe it is actually using the sine of that angle, and that would be really annoying because that would require me to compute the angle that the points make. Ax plus by dxy, yeah. Yep. For alpha and linear mapping, keeping x of 2. Okay, keeping x equals 2 fixed means the output must change linearly as y changes. Okay. From the change is -1, and the output change is the AI does raise a good point that like the y changed and neither of those changed, so it doesn't. Okay. Produce exactly double that. Okay, but great. Oh god, that's so annoying. So it's saying that there's no transformation, but I think part of that is because like I'm treating 0 basically as like this point here, and this is 2 2. I mean that should work actually. I think what it's coming up with is that it's not actually the right amount, and therefore there's like when you rotate it, the math changes depending on the aspect ratio of the thing that you're rotating. It doesn't make sense to me why it wouldn't matter. Yeah, I'm not really following why it doesn't work. I think it's because this is the bottom. So we would need to subtract. Wait a second, is that no, because it doesn't fucking work. I mean, it kind of does, kind of doesn't, kind of does, kind of doesn't. Because what has we got, like 3.75 or something with the, and if I said 5 minus 3.75, okay. So what would negative, if this is supposed to be the answer? So this is 0 times 2 minus this. Hello, welcome. I am struggling immensely with trying to work out this math. All right, so I think at some point, because it's 0, it needs to maybe add the y. So somewhere in here, we need to add a y on, or a negative y. What if we're not supposed to be timesing by a y? What if it's supposed to be negative y minus all of its math here? which I guess is equivalent to minusing y. I don't think that's going to work for some reason. So in this particular case, your y is 1. So your times 1 divided by 8, which means we get rid of the times 1. So you would be, we probably need to get rid of that negative 2. So you'd be, where's 5 minus, that'd be 5 divided by 8, and then minus 1. Okay, that gives us the right number. Is that the formula then? So it would be positive this. So it'd be x plus y divided by 2x minus y. Okay, let's try that on one that we know that doesn't work. So if we change that to so that's 2 plus 2 divided by 4 minus 2. I don't think that's correct. So 4 divided by 4 gives us 1. Minus 2 gives us negative 1. And negative 1's not the right answer. But it could be some fraction of that. Like it could be y divided by something or divided by something. You give us 0.6 and then we minus 1. So you were 5 divided by 8 minus 1, which gave us the correct answer. Try this one, which this one again we know gives us the right answer. So if we said, was that 7 minus 5? The minus 5 seems like too much. That's interesting, actually. So, no, it's plus. So 7 plus 5 is 12. Divided by 14. Minus 5. No. Miles off. It's got something to do with the aspect ratio. I just can't work out what it is. Oh, I hate this so much. All right. Well. Yeah, I don't know. My cheaty solution is just to go to our rotation code. And where the hell is our rotation code? Here. We just need to fix this. Where is the rotation code? It must be orientation, like orientation, like apply or something. It's like multiply, yeah. Right. Oh, that's annoying. What's going on? So when I rotate it, I set your minimum to your minimum and your maximum to your maximum. The annoying part being that when I rotate you, what I'm thinking is I always want it to be 0, 0. Because don't you always start at 0, 0? Addition size. Okay. So what's annoying me is this just flips the thing. So if you do 90 degrees, you flip Y and you invert X. But maybe I don't invert it. Maybe I just flip X and Y. And then again, if you flip 180 degrees, you just return X and Y, and then you just return Y. I gotta open my Git and make sure this is committed, so I'm not gonna break a bunch of shit. I need to be able to revert back to here. So we're just tweaking apply, and there's a bunch of tests. So what is this? This is some kind of test for rotation. Right. Wait, that. So now we know all our changes can be undone, and therefore, so all right. Picture this. So if we rotate 90 degrees, we flip our X and our Y. Okay, that might work. Maybe. I think. I don't know. So now we have to go back to our tests, wherever they are, our collision tests. And we have to update these to like reflect the fact that so this is a -1, 1, 1. So if we rotate you 90 degrees, you stay exactly the same. Wow. Yeah, because we rotate around 0, 0. So then if we add 1, 1, you become 0, 1, 1. Okay, so when we rotate you around, again, being square means that you should actually stay 0, 0, 2, 2. At 180 degrees, you should also still be 0, 0, 2, 2. And another 90 degrees, and you should be, so they should all stay 0, 0, 2, 2. This box is itself. So that's interesting. They never make them negative, which means, yeah, okay, so that should work. Box 3, I think I need to, like, to actually be able to test this, we need to make you not the same width as height. So we need to make you like x3 by 1, which means that when I rotate you, your minimum should still be 0, 0. But you should be 1 by 3. And same with you, is that you should become 0, 0. So we rotate another 90 degrees, which makes you back to being 3 by 1. And then 1 by 3, and then 3 by 1. Whoa. Stop rotating at 90 degrees. Okay. All right. So going through all the rotations of 90 degrees. So this should put it back as being the same. 3 by 1. And then we go here and we say box 3 times equals 180 degrees, which should make you stay the same. And then box 3 by 200 and 70 degrees, which should then make you flip. So then we only need to keep track of the sprite rotation because the image itself shouldn't move. Like the positioning shouldn't move. We're either changing its width by its height or its height by its width. In terms of bounding box orientation, well, actually, we should run this test first. The idea being that if you spin it around in place, it doesn't move. No, yeah, passed. Okay, passed. Right. So now when we run our actual code, it will hopefully place everything in the right spot. Then we have to fix the image stuff. Because annoyingly, we still have to rotate the image because of how Bevy does its weird fucking image positioning logic where, oh, okay. So it kind of worked. Now, I think what's going on now is that our code is still incorrect. We didn't get anything big is not part of the issue. So that means when it's rotated 90 degrees, we always know it's here. Like that's the big change that I've made is instead of being rotated 90 degrees, being you start here, being rotated 90 degrees means it still starts there, right? That is still correct. We go to the U and we say that your exits are 9. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. Yeah, so it is starting here. It's just that it should be negative half of its height. I believe. So if we find any of the flashlights and then we find their rendering item and then we say that it's UI transform which of these is it? Who is moving? That one. If I said 0, you can see that's up there. So we just did, well, we need that. It's the right flashlight, it's just the wrong one of the two. There you go. Grab you, UI transform. So if I set you to 0, that puts you up there. That's interesting. If I put you to 1 and 0, okay. So, well, no, 1, 0. 0 and 1, I mean. Right, so it needs to be negative a third. Okay, that's pretty easy math. Because that's it needs to be negative. Negative x over y. 1 over 3, right? Y over x. The x is negative y over x. So to go back to whatever we were doing that UI transform stuff. So that's in like shape, I think. Maybe. Shape. Where's the UI transform stuff? God, I hate that. My brain can't keep track of this stuff. Here, UI transform. Okay. So your at 90 degrees, your x position is set size dot y. Because it was 3. No. Yeah, y. Divided by size dot x. Not self, size. Do we not have a size up here? We do, size. So size dot x, size dot y, which in this case is 1. Maybe not, because we've rotated it. Because we've rotated it, and it needs to be negative. Okay, so because we applied the bounds means it's already going to have been rotated, which means that the flashlight goes from being 3 by 1 to being 1 by 3. which means that it is x divided by y, and it's negative x divided by y times by 100. So that should give us negative 33, which I believe is going to also result in this one, right? So the idea is that the torch goes to 100%. 100%. That's interesting. Why 100? What is 100 to you? I think that's half of the difference in x, but that's such a pain in the ass. We have to go find like one of the water bottles and check it. But I'm thinking what that probably is half of the y minus the x. It might even just be half of y divided minus 2. Water bottle. Find a water bottle. All right, we have to find a water bottle because the empty bottle is going to have the correct orientation. All right, let's find an empty bottle closer to the top. It should be that water bottle up there. Okay. So you apparently 0, 0 is correct. That doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem right at all. I think you're the wrong bottle is what's happening there. All right, so it's not this bottle. Probably this bottle because I add like 3 manually, maybe. Right. Oh, it's somewhere. That bottle. Okay, so 0. So you're not even negative. You're 150. Okay, 150, which if we're doing the math correctly is that'd be 4. What did we say the math was? Interesting. Okay, so the math is again going to be just really annoying math. There it is. So it's 3 by 1 becomes 1 by 3. And the answer is negative, which equals like negative 33.3. And what was the percentage for the flashlight? 100. I remember now, 100. Right, and then 1 by 4 becomes 4 by 1, which becomes 150. See, like how it flips when they're then the right way around. And apparently, 37 point. What was it? Like that's 3/8. 37.5. Okay. Negative 37.5. Now the 3/8 makes a lot of sense to me because it's negative. Right, 3 divided by 8. Right, so how did I get the 3/8? So the 3/8 is that we need to move 1 and a half, and I think the half's just always there, of u. Something like that, 3/8. 150 is because we need to move u. So we need to move half of u minus half of u. right? Which, so is that what you're doing? So you are get to the -3. We need negative that one divided by that one. But -4 divided by, okay, so it's more like we need negative 0. 0.5 minus 1.5. That doesn't seem right. That would give you 1. Would actually give you -1 divided by 3. Right. So that's, let's just write a little formula and be like y equals well, I will call it u. U equals x over 2 minus y over 2 divided by y. Right, because that makes it still work down here, I believe. So that would be 2 minus 0.5, which is 1.5 divided by 1, which equals our 1.2. Oh, okay, that seems correct. Right, so that's our u. Okay, and then our v. Now v equals okay, we'll let the AI cook with x, so half plus a half divided by x. Right, so with this is so let's say u equals v equals, so v would be half of x which is 0.5 plus 1.5 divided by 1. Wrong. That gives us fucking 200%. How do I invert that? How do I invert that? Is it that would give us 2. That would give us 1. Right, which gives us our 1. So we try that with u, which is okay. So the math is that the u equals 2 minus 0.5 divided by 1, which equals 1.5. And then this is 0.5 minus 2 divided by 4, which equals, is that actually correct? 0.5 minus 2 divided by 4. Okay. So this math checks out, except that it's y minus x divided by 2 divided by x. So it's half of the x minus half of the y divided by the y, and half of the y minus half of the x divided by the x, which interestingly I actually think is got some kind of thing of being like it's half of the original y minus half of the original x divided by half of divided by the new y, which to me seems like somewhat correct math, but we'll find out. Like it in my head that clicks as being the correct thing to do. So it's size dot x times by 0.5 minus y times 0.5. So half of x minus half of y. Now, does it work with x? I think x minus y plus half also works. Which is also the same as y size dot y times by 50. I think that's the same math because we're effectively timesing it by half of that. And then we do this and we say size x times 50. And then we restart this and we go, does it work? Does it work? Does it work? I legitimately have no idea if this is going to work because, you know, math. It annoys me that math has to be done in a very specific order to work properly. Right. Well, you're in the right spot. You're in the right spot. These bottles, they get ignored because that math is wrong at the moment. You're in the right spot. 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 Yeah, you go to the fucking right spot. Okay. It appears that everything is in the right fucking spot. Flashlights, bottles, phones, they're all in the right spot. Okay, that is the correct math for it. Okay, and then 180 degrees is so we can say or orientation 180 degrees, and then we can go or orientation 270 degrees. Ta-da! Now, I feel like this is the correct math to get it into the right fucking location, and then you would just minus a certain amount if I kept the negative logic. But this feels like it is the correct math to put things in the right location. You would then... Oh, can we? Ooh. If I go back to wherever I was doing the fancy math stuff, bounding box. Wherever the fucking bounding box is. Where's the fucking bounding box? It's the, like, apply, right? Applied. So it was, you became X and you were like, no, X became Y. Rotating 90 degrees. So the Y position becomes the negative Y position. No, the current height. We can just revert it, right? Like it's on Git. Collision. So this is my collision test. This is the torch itself, which we don't care about. It's down here. So it needs to become. Right. Can I discard? Alright, does that mean that I can reopen here? If I don't save and then reopen. Okay, so now there's 2 copies of each line. So if we go back into our thing and be like this, and then be like discard added lines. Alright, so this is back to the old math. So the fact that we're flipping and flipping and flipping makes me think that the only thing we actually need to change to get everything in the right position is we now need to use that math, and then we need to like subtract the position based on which one we moved. So when we rotate it 90 degrees down, it goes from being so wide and so high. We need to subtract. I also probably need to run it in release mode. We need to subtract, when rotated like this, half. Because as you'll notice, they're all correct on the X, which means it's just the Y, and the Y just needs to subtract half of its original X, so it's half of its current Y. This is so dumb. So the logic with that one would be that it just needs to the current Y position needs to be half of its current Y. Higher, so negative self dot so size dot Y plus that. Now we've got it the same for 90 and 720, but theoretically the 90 and the 720 would swap. axes gets the additional thing, or maybe both axes, because 180 degrees would probably be that it needs to do the x and the y, or the x and not the y. I don't know. I should probably start doing this thing in release mode. So it kind of worked. So wait, no, it didn't. So it needs to be da 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 da. So this times by 50. I do that. The issue is I need to times that by 2, and then it's going to times this by. I think that's. No, I should better move this over here and do that, because I need to just multiply that whole thing by half. But I should only move it like half of a y, so if it's half, if they're all like halfway up, that would be correct. I think the way to speed this up also is just like, I'm just going to fix that. We'll have a look first. So now they're way too high up. We're overcorrecting, but that kind of makes sense somewhere. Maybe. Where is the division, multiplication? Wait, you're almost right. You're almost right. You're out by miles. You're out by miles. My annoyance is that it's size X. Because you ended up going up. Okay. So we're gonna go. Yeah, I'm gonna go da release. So this is gonna take like ages to compile. So we'll just open a new terminal for poly inventory and do a non-release version. But the release version means it'll optimize my code, and optimizing my code will result in it presumably not taking a million years to fill the inventory, because that's all like bounds checks and not optimized code that I believe is causing that. So like theoretically, the reason it's taking so long to populate the inventory, like there's a good like 15-20 seconds. Why can I not run this? Okay. Like this 15 seconds here is because it's not running optimized code, like not properly compiled code. So it's spending ages like doing a bunch of bounds checks and stuff that it doesn't need to do. All right. So now everything is fucking miles off. That's interesting. All right. So that's what's throwing me is, okay, so it's definitely not adding X, but adding Y. Maybe we need to divide it by the X. That doesn't make any sense. Because I'm pretty sure the percentage is based on not the size of your... Well, maybe it is the size of yourself. Oh, maybe that's what's going on. Because it's size of self and not size of thing. We need to probably do the addition, so it would be 2Y. We divide by X, because we're dividing by X is what where the actual like correction comes in. Because like I'm saying, like it's quite clearly out by. Interesting. Okay. So everything's like this. So when it's 1, it's correct, but when it's not 1, so that would be like we need to add minus 1. So we need to find the whatever that fucking tin can or whatever it is. Tin can. Let me go UI. Okay. So it needs to be negative 50, and that's half of a y. But why is it negative 50? Because if we made it 4 high, it needs to be offset by half of that, maybe. No, it's because it was set to 0. What's even more interesting? Oh no, because it's right. Okay, so because we're rotating around the 3, 3, 3. So for it to be offset, it needs to be offset by 1.5 cells. I believe is what's happening here. So like 1.5 cells is the amount that needs to be offset. This gap here is 1.5 cells, because it's 3 high. It's half of the original y. So it needs to be offset by half of the original y. But that's not what it actually was set to originally, because the original like math brings it to here, which is negative 13, which is because it's something about how I'm doing the math, isn't it? Like we need to find one of these water bottles and go, what are the water bottles set to? Because the water bottle will tell us like what one results in. So 3/8, right. Negative 3/8. So this math seems to always result in it being like one tile in. So we need to, when we do this math, yeah, this will always result in it being one tile in. Okay, there's the optimized code done. So we can hopefully now use the optimized code and it should be faster each time. So it's times 2 minus 1, right? Because that's what they offset, like it's ending up. So this size.x is something somewhere. So we subtract the old size.x. So we need 2 times the new y. Is it? Wait a second, is it 2 times the new y? Now that moved half a thing down, but it's not 2 times the new y. Because we need to go further down. It's 2 times the old y minus 1. And so the minus 1, or is it plus 1? Probably plus 1. Because we need it to move back in a little bit, but I'm curious if the y is even relevant at all. Okay, so that's moving all the water bottles the wrong amount. Because they're obviously getting added. All added. So that puts you in the right spot and you in the right spot, but you in the wrong spot. So it's got something to do with the ratio between the x and the y. I feel like it's got to go somewhere like outside of that. I need like the ratio. So I know that this works, but I need like the ratio between the x and the y. So it needs to be like let aspect. And then aspect is the x divided by the y. So yeah. So x divided by y, which is the old y, the old width, divided by the new height. Or the new width. Yeah, no, old height divided by new height gives us the ratio between that's changed. So this is the aspect of that's become. So then you would be this. So we calculate that, then we add on we subtract minus size dot y, the new height, times by the aspect. Is that how you do it? Well, I think that's what the dividing by x is doing. Size divided by x is giving us the aspect ratio. So its current height multiplied by the aspect ratio. Not quite. But are we out by like the same amount everywhere, I guess? So are you out by 4? No, you're out by like 6 or something. I assume you're supposed to be here. So yeah, you're probably the easier one to be like, you're supposed to be there. Maybe. It's actually really hard to tell. Like, because it could be that this water bottle is supposed to be over here. No, I can see the little one over there. So that one means yeah, so okay. So 2, 4, 6, 7. 8. So we've gone way too far. Because your size, your y, should be 1, to be honest. Why is it moving so far? All right. Wait a second. No, x divided by y. Yeah, so it's got to be y minus 1. Yeah, it's got to be y minus 1. Because that's why the other ones are all getting fucked up. Is because so the aspect ratio of that bottle was like 4 to 1. All right. So yeah, water bottles are in the right spot. So this math is correct as long as you're only 1 high. Which means that we then say that we need to subtract, because we need to go smaller, the size, and it's the new y, times by the aspect ratio, because the aspect ratio, so again, we're going, it's 4 divided by 1. No, so divided by the aspect ratio, and it's y minus 1. Right, so because they're here, which maybe makes me think I should flip this the other way and make this a multiplication, because otherwise you're doing 2 divisions. But if the x is 4, because that's what the bottle becomes when it turns over, x becomes 4 divided by 1. And then we come down here and we say that we subtract, and because we know it's 1 high, we want to subtract 1, so it's nothing, divided by this gives us nothing, which gives us our correct answer for 1 highs, and it should, when it's 2 high, 2 minus 1 should then offset us by the aspect ratio 50%, because here it would be 2 divided by 2. So we'd be subtracting 1, maybe. That does feel wrong. Because if it's 2 by 2, then it would be 2 divided by 2 gives us 1, aspect ratio of 1, which gives us 1 divided by 1. Because it's 2 minus 1 gives us an aspect ratio of 1, which means we subtract 1 from whatever this percentage spits out. So this should give us a half, which is no, that'll give us 0. So the torch is too high. The bags are all too high. So maybe it's not minus 1. Maybe it is minus 1. I need this to be 2. And to make that 2, it's just size.x. That doesn't make any sense. Minus size, so again, 2 by 2. We want to get, we want the answer to be -1/2, which would be the 2 minus 2 cancel out, divided by x, so that gives us 0. And then the answer here is 2 minus 1, okay, divided by 2 gives us half. But if you're 1 high, it gives you 0. Okay. And if you're like 3 high, which means you're now 3 wide, would give you, now you're 2 high and you were 3 high, means it's 2 divided by 3, which would give you a third, which should push everything, which pushed it out by a third, and it was like 1.6. No. So you still work properly. This is even more confusing. But now the torch is 1 too low. What did you get? What did the soup can get? This is very, I am very thrown. So why the soup can? Can you not? Thank you. Tin can. Rendering items. One of these, UI transform. You ended up with a -1/3. But you should be -0.5. So somewhere something why? Okay. That's what I'm not getting. That should have cancelled out to 0.5. That should be 0.5, because if I do the math, your wait, no, you're not. Your y is 2 minus 3 makes you -1. Okay. Why did the phone batteries work? The phone batteries are the ones that actually should have. Maybe the phone batteries are supposed to be a different number, not 0.5 for the phone batteries. Maybe. So phone battery rendering item, because yeah, it doesn't actually matter where it is. I just need to find one that's been rotated. Minus 0.25. Why are you minus 0.25? Where are you? Where are you, crazy little battery? I don't know which battery I'm moving. That one. So minus 0.25 is correct, yes. Not 0.5, minus 50. Yes, okay. So that means that this math, why is this math not working? 2, minus 2, 0. I've got it. Times a half. This times a half. This times a whole. What did I just randomly paste in? Who knows? Well, okay, we're also supposed to be going to the release build. The release, because the release will then, right, that would explain, because it was multiplying by a half again, which is going like, why is it 0.25? But it wasn't. It was because I was, okay. So then we can put this into Wolfram Alpha with that thing that I had the other day that lets me compute like the simplified version, which is, did we get it? Did we? I think we finally worked out the math. Ignore these because these bottles are actually upside down. I think we did it. The math, it checks out. The math checks out. All right, math checks out. Right, Wolfram Alpha, simplify that math. I think if I go to my history and go 3 tabs, this one of these 3 tabs. Apparently not. Okay, go to Wolfram Alpha, simplify. Whoop, that's not apparently how you supposed to simplify. Okay, Wolfram Alpha, simplify expression. Simplify. Okay. Simplify an expression. So we now have this here and have this here, and we go our expression. Our AI, can you fuck off, please? How do I get this to close? Please go away. By full screen, you do have a. What the fuck is the? Okay, thank you. Fucking off. All right. So the expression, again, we have to like close this one so we can see the whole thing, is y minus x divided by x times by 2. Wow, x times 0.5. Because, again, order of operations, brackets get done, divide, then multiply by a half, which is the equivalent of multiplying that by 2. Anyway, then we subtract y minus 1 divided by x. And then we don't need to multiply by 100 because multiply by 100 is our divide by a half. So this just leaves x as 1. So we subtract that amount and we go, hey, can you simplify that for me? So this is what I input, which is x over y minus x divided by x times a half minus y minus 1 over x, which alternative forms is negative half x minus half y plus 1 over x. Okay. The question is, which of these is fastest? Probably this one, because this doesn't, like this only negates here. Expanded form. So it would be half y over x, multiplication, 1 division. They all have multiple divisions. The roots, y equals 2 minus x, where x is not equal to 0. These only have 1 division. So these are much better because they only have 1 division. Multiplications but 1 division. Is there a... Okay. So okay. 90 degree u equals x minus y divided by y times 0.5. So again, we'll put that in and see if there's a better way of doing that, because I don't like the division multiplication, but I don't think there's any way of reducing that. So we'll find out though. And v is equal to what did it say? It's the reduced function is negative x plus y minus 2 times by 0.5. Oh, that's interesting. Because this gets rid of the whole multiplication at the end, which means we can leave the multiplication over there. Question with math. I believe that the multiplication, so the whole thing multiplied by a half is the same as dividing this by 2. Multiplying that by a half is okay. So I need to check that, but I'm pretty sure that that's how that works. So if I divide by x times by a half, that should give me the same number no matter what. As I guess we'll make a copy of this. Let's reopen it here and go. If I said negative x plus y minus 2 divided by x divided by times by 0.5, this should calculate into the same expression, right? Yeah. So negative minus 2 over x times a half. The result is that it's saying it's the same thing as 0.5 minus x minus y plus 2 okay, over x. So these expressions are apparently the same expression, I believe. So minus this divided by this to this is the same as this expression here, which is, I hope that that's the same expression. We can plug it in and check. So it's saying that I need to say, doesn't quite feel right. So we're going to say negative. So size.x plus size.y minus 2 divided by size.x times by 50. Okay, that just feels wrong. But then again, the other one was minusing y, and now we're adding y. So maybe. The only reason I think you want to calculate aspect ratio up here is that theoretically, the compiler could probably make it faster. Hello. Sorry, I missed your message by like 20 minutes. I wasn't paying attention to chat because there's not been very many people talking today, and I'm trying to like focus and lock in, you know. All right. That math seems to work. Math work. Okay. So that math works. Now the thing is that 180 degrees and 270 degrees theoretically should not work anymore because they need to do different things based on the orientation. So I want to test that, but like this works. So I'm gonna go tick 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 and be like 90 works. Right. So thing is because of the way that my rotation code is currently set up, I'm treating x and y the same, which is incorrect. Okay, so we need to go back to here. When you go out of all the rotations you can pick from, you're only allowed to pick degree 180. So now everything that it sticks in will be at 180 degree rotation. If spawn is greater than, yeah, okay. I've got checks to make sure that it doesn't try and spawn infinite items in. We should probably add the tarp again just to like speed up the checks even further. I think the trick of this is I don't actually have to worry about rotating things. So you can't just have things in the same location. So by absolute guess here, looking at all these items and how they're out by, we need to subtract like y minus 1 and x minus 1. Like that's just how it would be. So we need to go to like our shape here, and we go, okay, so we need to get rid of this and go, hey, you return 0 because when it's 180 degrees, it's just 0. Then you return apparently negative aspect ratio times a half. No, you would return size dot x minus 1 times 50. Except maybe like that. And then you would be the same as you'd be, and it's a negative size dot y minus 1 times 50. No, not times 50, times 100. Because it's exactly half. Right? Maybe not. Maybe not. Well, actually, that's the thing, isn't it? So we have to find the like water bottle at the bottom here. So it's like this water bottle. And then we rendered items. We go like this one, and we go, okay, UI transform. No, not that one. You're like the only water bottle that wouldn't have worked. It's kind of funny. Let's see if we can find another water bottle. This water bottle, this one. Come down here, and we go UI transform. So you gave 0, right? Right, it needs to be percentage, and yeah, y is correct, not auto, percent. I think I've got the wrong one. Probably this one. That one. Okay, percentage. Right, So it needs to be at negative, negative 75%. Right. Right, which is because it needs to be so it needs to be 4 divided by 3. No, 3 divided by 4. No, 3 divided by. Why is my numlock not working? What the fuck? All right. 3 divided by 4, 75 negative. All right. So it needs to be divided by size.x. Again, we'll probably put that in and see if there's a better way of doing that. But so negative, so that should work, maybe. I do feel because of the way that negation works that the -1 would probably be better off to say minus. Ooh, yeah, no, it's not minus 100. We need to. It needs to be in here because it needs to be this number less that number. Right. That's fine. I think it would probably be faster to negate this number and then. Well, I mean, that would be the same thing, wouldn't it? Negate negative add 1. Right. Because I think negating would be faster because it's a single bit set, whereas if it add 1, you have to actually do the math to work out like what the new number would be, and then negate that rather than that may not actually make a difference. Right. So 180 is basically itself, its height minus 1 negative. So shift itself by negative its height minus 1. Ta-da! That math is so much easier to do. It's hilariously easier to do. All right. Now, my suspicion, which you being 180 and being like this tells me that it's just that I need to apply exactly the same math I was applying to the y, but to the x as well, because it's also at the right spot. But I guess we have to check everything at 270 degrees. So I'm just going to take a guess, stab in the dark, pure stab in the dark by the fact the other one worked, is we're going to say 270 degrees is going to be exactly the same as this one. But the math is going to be, ooh. How do we flip that math? Because there was a... So you're negative, so I reckon that means that if you negate the whole thing, you become this plus this. Because negative that number plus that number is the same as that number minus the other number. Minus 2 divided by y times 50. I reckon that's now the correct math for x, and we can check that and be like whether it works or not. So again, we're going to go down to our you can pick from the possible rotations of 270 degrees. you either do it or you don't. There is no in between. That's interesting. Does this work? Hopefully this works. Oh, fuck. That math took way too long to figure out. Honestly, I don't even remember how I figured it out. I think I just removed flipping, and then when I removed the flipping, I realized that it was just an offset. And then, okay. No, don't start doing this now, you piece of shit. If I, save, can you recompile? Thank you. Fucking Windows Defender deciding that my own code is a virus is always fun. At least I've worked out that all I need to do is resave because it recompiles, and then a Windows Defender sees it as a different binary. The stream. All right. So okay. So conclusion: don't touch the y. So as you can see, they've all moved up a lot in the y, but their x is correct, which means I got the math 100% correct with the x. But anything greater than 1, because this bottle's in the right spot, anything greater than 1 is now going the wrong way with the y, which means that we have to go back to our shape and go. So I think it's still just negative x plus negative y times 2 divided by x. No. Fuck, what was the math? So you said it was the inverse of this. So it was not negative, and it is y minus x divided by y. 50. All right, was that the correct math? Y minus x divided by 50. If not, it's x plus. No, don't flip this on me. Don't do this to me now. Apparently, if I enjoy myself too much, everything conspires against me. Okay, internet's back. Internet's fucking at like a reasonable bit rate. Nope, internet's plummeting. Internet's plummeting, dropping like 20. Fucking. All right. Who cares? It works. It fucking works. The rotation code works. Okay. So all rotation code working. Yes, commit. Push for anyone that's actually wanting to like read the code. It works. Translation is T. Rotation is self dot rotation. Right, and this just returns the UI transform. Okay. We did it. Okay. The fucking fit code works, the fit code works, the fit code works. The question is what's next, because well, I kind of want to like items movable again, because that like makes it easier to test certain aspects. Let's go to the to-do now list. Okay. So change position. I think I already did that one. That's why that's okay. So we can get rid of that. I think that's done. Move items from inventory when picked up. Allow placing anywhere in inventory, not just hard-coded placing. I haven't done that yet. Add debug tools. Render mini inventory showing current shape. That would be kind of cool, but that needs shaders. Dash need shader question mark. We could somewhat maybe do that, but anyway. Show where attempting to place. Okay. Has position and shape item entry. Backprop item shape and position into rendering entity. I think we've already done that. Add item can fetch shape and position from item entity. Okay. Change add item at add item and add item to fit item. All right, I'm going to say that those are done. Okay, bigger to-dos. Allow, so I think these numbers refer to what I wanted to do in a specific order. So it's like 1.1, allow click to pick up item. So we have to re-add that ability, which is a pain in the ass, but shouldn't actually be that bad, because again, that's part of why we were refactoring like how it worked. The other thing is to allow items to be placed in sub-inventories and allow, okay, so we have to add, so inventory, something like this, we're like, allow add item to add to sub-inv, and we need to be all like, allow rendering inventory to render sub inventory. Right. So allow sub inventories. Question mark. Right. So allow click on item. So we have to like redo our mouse interaction, which I guess is happening inside of rendering. Try pickup feels very convoluted, but sure. On pickup item. Right, so then technically the pickup item is completely independent of the interaction of the actual mouse. But I guess that's where the mouse interaction comes from. So detect pickup item is a rendered item, is icon get entity. So this is an item that's being rendered. And this is the item that it is trying to render. And then okay, so clicked on item entity with click entity. Okay, so this is detecting pickup. I don't know why detecting drop is commented out, but we are going to, so this is our to do now. So this is my to remember what the fuck I'm doing. Re-add pickup on click. Right. That's what we're working on. Re-add on pickup on click. So this mouse interaction, I think this needs to just go. This entire chunk of code. The annoying thing is that it's where the tooltips come from. So what I'm thinking is we probably want to bust tooltips out. Tooltips annoyingly have to come under rendering. So we'll move tooltips to rendering. Then tooltips could be their own thing. But then mouse interaction can die because, you know, this code doesn't actually do anything anymore and probably never should do anything ever again. And honestly, I feel like it's just going to be so. So we have mod rendering, and then inside of rendering, so this is if you have tooltip, is it tooltips enabled? Right. So tooltips, and then tooltips is going to enable that, which is going to be under create rendering, and then probably tooltips. Tooltips are going to go into their own thing under rendering. So we're going to go to mod, and then here and be like, okay, so pub mod tooltips, and this is going to require the tooltips feature. Right. Then we're going to go. So this should now work now. Can you stop complaining? No, did I not save? Renderer. I don't know what renderer is doing. Again, this stuff needs a fucking full-on rewrite. But anyway, mod tooltip. What is it? Tooltips. Unresolved. No, so it is called tooltip. Right. Then you have yes. Okay. So tooltips is okay. So then we go to our features, and we're going to go tooltips, which needs experimental Bevy feathers, interactions. So and interactions. I mean, technically, it doesn't need rendering then. It kind of still does. It does. So we're going to say that actually it's rendering that does that, because then rendering is the thing. Because technically, the tooltips don't require you to interact with anything. They just require you to have the rendering enabled. Mouse interaction requires rendering. Well, okay. So mouse needs interaction, and then interaction probably needs rendering, but maybe not. Who knows? Honestly, these feature trees are getting a bit convoluted. All right. So we have our interaction, and then we have our mouse interaction. So this is the detect pickup. Detecting pickup is that you pointer clicked on any item that has a render item. Okay, that should be fine. We should probably do something maybe like check, because I think this does have a pointer button. So it'd be like if click dot button does not equal it's like, was it looks like pointer button, wasn't it? Pointer, no, click pointer button primary return. Right, so let's put some comments here for people. And so skip if not left click, or not primary click. Right. So let OK render item, grab the render item, and then say clicked on entity with this, and then say commands trigger pickup item, this particular item. So we then trigger a pickup request for that specific item, which goes under interaction, because the idea is that like the mouse is not the only way that you can pick things up. So in theory, you could pick something up with something else. So the idea here is if cursor is empty. So cursor, I must have at some point inventory cursor that comes from somewhere. Is that rendering interaction? So interaction. which is like, what is at the bottom of this file? No, it's upper level. This is the interaction, which has the single. Honestly, I feel like the cursor should be like a list of things, so that, like, in theory, you could pick up more than one item. Maybe, possibly. I don't know. Brain in because I'm trying to think, like, for the way I'm going to make this system, are going to have it so that you can only cursor one item at a time, but like there's no reason you couldn't have it so that you could have multiple things in your hand. I still think it's a smarter idea to have it so that, like, you check if cursor is empty. So I'm going to, for now, if you can only have one thing in your hand at a time. So attempted to pick up item while already holding an item. Okay, then we say let OK item is items get else. Okay, so we set the item, which comes from items, which is query for items. We say item get items get. So my thing with picking up an item, I guess, is that we want to make sure that the item that you've requested to pick up is actually an item. And then, yeah, then we will despawn all non-item things. Yeah, that tracks. That tracks. Okay, so we say, hey, is this an item? And say, hey, pick up item event references an entity that does not have an item component. Entity that is not an item. All right, so something like that. Right, so that all seems to be working good. So then we have to get the item descriptor. Like, do we need to get the item descriptor? Item entry. I don't actually know if we need to get the item descriptor. What do we? If descriptor is movable, right? I don't actually think that should be something that's decided by the item descriptor as much as that should be something that can be, like, toggled per item. Idea being that you can, like, lock an item into an inventory slot. So it's more like we need to have an interaction without can't move or something, without locked. Maybe. Question. So many questions. Because I don't think that this stuff needs to be checked, in that, like, I think that should be a component that you as the user of the library can do, because otherwise you're locking, like, this item is impossible to be picked up, whereas it's more like you want to, like, oh, you can pick it up, but only in certain conditions. Like, if the machine's running, you flag every item in the machine as being non-pick-upable, like, so that you can, like, lock something, like a piece of wood in a fire is locked in the fire until you put the fire out. The idea being that, like, you can have certain checks, like when the fire goes out, it has a certain chance of destroying anything that was in there, something like that. Whereas putting on the item descriptor is saying that you need to have a separate descriptor for items that are, like, are locked in place versus not locked in place. Whereas I think that should be like a flag that you can set. So we're gonna get rid of that. We're gonna comment. We're gonna put annoyingly, because of all this other commented stuff, we're gonna put a comment here and be like to do add locked component marker component so items can be locked in an inventory and not be picked up. All right, so then we're going to say inventory manager find item, else warning item entity is not in any inventory. That I don't think's necessarily the case, because theoretically you could, like, have a way of adding items that even if they're not in an inventory. This is only for, like, if it needs to be removed. That's the thing. Because at the moment, it's like, well, it needs to be in inventory, but that's not actually true. You could spawn an item and it won't be anywhere, and then you could add it to, like, the player can still pick it up. So you can have, like, a way of, like, if I right click and do something, it can spawn an item into my hand rather than So this feels like a silly way of doing this. Let's inventory ID, inventory find item else. Okay. Get inventory manager, get strong, inventory ID, unwrap. Let S. This feels really weird. What am I doing? Let's inventory manager open inventory else. Ew. What the hell are you doing? Let OK strong inventory remove item 2.0 else cursor. Okay. So this is us removing the item from an inventory, which should all be done like inside of an inventory. So why would it fail to pick up an inventory though? I like this despawn. Okay, so first off, that's what happens when you pick up an item in your inventory. We need to print line that we picked it up. That's also smart. Cursor hold 2.0. What is 2.0? 2.0 is the actual entity, right? And then inventory handle inventory s.id. So s came from somewhere. Get strong. Ew. Slot index slot. So this is the inventory handle. So an inventory handle, which I'm calling an inventory handle, isn't actually an inventory handle anymore. It's a no, kind of. There's an inventory ID and it has a slot in the slot index inside the inventory the item came from. This is incorrect. Okay. I know what that is, but also no. So yes, I want it to be the asset ID if it came out of inventory. So we say hold and we say entity, and then we can say origin. So origin needs to, for now it's going to be like none. Right. So you have an option inventory handle. So the inventory handle needs to be tweaked because it should be the inventory, but also the shape, maybe? Is it the shape that... it's annoying. So self commands entity insert held item. This is doing something weird with stuff, but anyway. So cursor entity is self.entity, right? And we say cursor entity insert held item. So you have the origin. That's what you need the origin. Okay. And then the offset was leaving as none because the offset was about how you would view it. And then self.contain commands entity insert render item node cursor entity. Okay. So your origin. So I guess we can also just make your origin a option inventory handle, because that implies that it didn't come out of any inventory. So we can just like not do it. Right. So we need the inventory ID and the slot apparently, but that's fine because at the moment the origin is none. So we say picked up item. We picked up the item. That's all it needs to say is we picked up the item, and then we remove we despawn related rendering items. Now we do need to remove it from an inventory if it has an inventory, which means that technically this needs to happen. That's interesting because we could do that inside of the hold, but anyway. So that needs to be done as a way of holding the item. But all this code here is about if it's already in an inventory, which means it needs to be like, I guess we need to check all this stuff. We're like, if let sum, well, I guess we go here and we say let handle, well, we'll call origin equals well, origin, and then it's option inventory handle, and then we just don't do anything. Like, so then we say let sum inventory find equals inventory manager dot find item where item dot no check it, yes, 2.0. So this will find the inventory that has this item. Okay, and let some inventory manager open. So this will then open said inventory. It's a little bit weird chaining together these like let blocks like this. It's just a thing that Rust lets you do. Is like you can say, hey, if this option was sum, like if this returns sum, you can then like use this. So you can say like and means that like only if this is true do you ever get here. So you actually have access to this. So you can then just like say find. So you can just be like, hey, find. Open inventory, which is here, which is like the inventory commands. And then we say, okay. Well, they had that somewhat correct where it said none. So that's this done. So find the item if it exists. Let some inventory manager get strong item ID. I don't think we need that anymore. I don't know what this is fucking doing. This was confusing me. Then we let mute. Okay, so let mute inventory, open inventory. Right, we open inventory. Then we say item remove item. And else we failed to remove the item. So we're going to say so inventory dot remove. This returns the entry. Okay, that's what we want. So remove item. Removing the item gives us. Ooh, that's interesting. That's a mismatch between the thing. Because if I say remove, it actually gives me the entry, which is what we want. But if we say remove item, it tells us what inventory it took us out of, not what. Okay, well that's fun. So that's fine because we can say let origin equals sum. So I guess this is what we would kind of want, except we want to say inventory handle. So the inventory is find, and then so this says the slot index, but it's not actually going to be the slot index, but it's fine. It's going to be I guess we go here and we say and let some entry equals inventory dot remove 2.0. Right. So I'm thinking that should probably be part of the inventory manager, is that you can call like remove item and it will find item versus remove item. Remove item will like do all this and like wrap it up nicely so that it's not a pain in the ass. So then we're going to pass in entry. Because entry, if I remember correctly, contains shit like the shape and the slot type, maybe? Actually, maybe not. Maybe it just contains the shape and the position. But that's all you really need, because basically what we're going to say is put this fucking thing back. So when we say remove, we just it literally just calls self.remove. Entry should probably go all this stuff. So it has a shape, and then if this item has a sub inventory, this is the asset ID of that item. Okay, that works fine because this just returns the shape, and so this is just the entry to put back, which I believe is all we actually need to add the item back, but maybe not. We may not even need the entire entry, but anyway. So that just means that you need to hold an entry, which is an inventory entry. So my annoyance with this entry thing is that this is like the old, like, this actually has the entry, which just means this isn't really a handle anymore as much as it's a, it tells you where it came from. But anyway, That's fine. It has the entry, which is again just like a handle pointing to a thing, which is good. Because it also means that like an item being in inventory doesn't doesn't lock the item into like existing. So you can't, even if you made a circular inventory, theoretically they would just unload because an item in an inventory doesn't keep an inventory existing. So it says value of the origin. Yeah, the origin is never read. So when you pass in here, you pass in origin. Right. So that does that. So we say find the item. If it's already in inventory, then open that inventory and remove the item from the inventory. If you successfully manage to do that somehow, like knowing the thing with this, I can't make it report an error if it failed to remove from the inventory, but yeah. We already checked it was in the inventory. If it failed, then like really should not have fucking been trying to do that anyway. So we say origin, some inventory handle, and we say, okay, this is the inventory we found it in. This is the entry that we removed. Then we come down here and we say, hey, despawn any item that was trying to render this. Okay, that's fine. And then cursor.hold to 0 origin. And then, so we call hold on you, okay. And then calling hold on you says get the cursor, give it the held item, give it the origin. Okay. Item entity is the item. Okay. Yep. And then if you have node rendering turned on, spawn the node rendering related thing. This is making me feel like the cursor should have its own inventory. And therefore, like, you just add it to the cursor's inventory, and then that would do wonders for the ability to not have to fuck around with, like, this bit, but, you know, that's fine. It's actually kind of an interesting way of going about it, is to have the... Because then you don't have to have a held item. You can have, like, held items can be, like, the whole inventory. Anyway, this should theoretically, maybe, because we're spawning a new... well, actually, we're inserting this onto it. I think we remove it when we drop the item, but this should result in us being able to at least pick up an item and it appearing in like the top left corner as it like goes into our inventory. I think. We won't be able to pick up a second item because there'll be no way to put the item back down. Also, it says that application was blocked because fucking whatever goddamn Windows Defender and its bullshit's why. Alright. So apparently I have an untitled workspace. Interesting. Alright, failed to spawn items. It did so much faster when it's in release mode, Jesus Christ. Right. So we come over here and we go, hey, pick this bag up. Hey, look, the bag is now in our fucking thing. Yes. Yes. Okay. So issue. First up, why do you tell me the shape, but you don't tell me the shape? Unclear. But also, you're not in the right orientation, because when I picked you up, you were... Yeah, you should... God damn it. Anyway, and so then I can't pick anything else up, right? It should be throwing errors saying, item entry not found in inventory. Is that related to what I'm doing? Pick up item 88. It said that 88's not in my inventory. Are you 88? I should also make the debug rendering, probably put like that ID, who've got debug rendering turned on. Clicked on item entity with... Okay, so entity 999 with item 85. Attempted to pick up item 85 while already holding an item. Okay. I'd say that's working. Lovely. Okay. Not entirely sure why entity not found in inventory generation. I don't know where this came from. Because 88, we obviously picked it up. So why is it saying, like, who got to say that it didn't exist? That's my concern. Is that someone said, hey, I couldn't pick this item up because it's not actually in the inventory. I'd only warned, but, you know, where does this come from? Yeah. No, it came from item node. Item node. Node rendering, item node. Something in here, warning, inventory asset. No. Okay. Item entity 88, not found in inventory 0, 0. Item entity 88. Where does it say this? Not found in inventory. This has got to be like a, I'm at some point trying to, okay, ha. Get shape. Aha. Aha. Okay, well that one makes it much more like, yeah, the thing I have to do is put an inventory on the cursor, because it's saying, hey, I can't pick this up because the shape is wrong, basically. I think so. It's saying, hey, like, get shape, inventory, get shape, and it says, hey, like, this inventory it's not found in this inventory. Now, we're in inventory. Okay, so when we pick up the item, we have to like give the cursor an inventory then. Okay, that seems fairly straightforward. So how do I give it an inventory? I guess I can just give it an inventory of that does mean that we're gonna have to have an all slot that like can accept literally anything. And that's the cursor, so that like you can literally pick up any item. Well, actually, that'd be an interesting way of saying, like, that's how you make it so you can't pick something up, is you make it not be able to go in the fucking inventory. I mean, that's one way of fucking doing it. That's for sure. I need to work out where this fucking cursor is. But there's no reason, I mean, that really simplifies the cursor, I think. Somewhere. Interaction mode. So this is the inventory cursor. Inventory cursor. So that means we need to have a it's more like, so we need like a pub struct. Maybe not even public, but anyway, pub struct cursor inventory, which actually has an inventory which is a handle to an inventory. Like the cursor actually owns its own inventory. That is a very interesting way of stopping people from being able to pick up shit, is to basically say that the cursor has a certain like fundamental, like you can't pick up this item, like fundamentally, like there's a limit. So I need to work out somewhere where we have cell types. So we need to default to any. And I'm going to say that any actually equals 0. So when it default to untyped, ooh, that's interesting. Must be specified for an enum. Oh. Fine, I won't specify any. Any will just be at the top then. But the idea is that it defaults to untyped, but any is beyond untyped. And untyped is like you may not actually specify a type. Any is like, it actually doesn't matter if you can accept it or not. That does somewhat indicate that the inventory, when you pick something up, it's going to have some kind of additional logic to somehow set its shape accordingly. But so we take the pickup, which is that you've just clicked on the right kind of item, and then we go into direction. We actually like try and pick up the item. So add locked item marker. Yeah. So you do this, you do this, you do this. So when we say cursor hold, so you being the inventory cursor, you need to have a inventory, which is like res cursor inventory. Right. Then we like derive resource on you. So at some point we add the interaction plugin, which is going to app.init resource cursor inventory, something like this, right? And the idea of this monstrosity is we're going to impl from world for fuck mate, cursor inventory from world. So we get the inventory manager, resource inventory manager. That's not how that works, but anyway, we're going to say mute inventories equals world asset res mute inventories. Then we're going to say let cursor inventory equal inventory new cursor inventory, something like that. I do feel like for memory reasons that I shouldn't be doing this everywhere, but anyway, I might even be saving it as no, I'm saving it as a string. Should be saved as a cow because then you can use this. But anyway, so this is our new inventory, but then we need to say, I guess we need immutable, don't we? Then we need to be like cursor inventory dot add slot cell type any, not like anything's allowed, and it's I'm curious because I should probably make it that the any always returns like 1 by 1, so that literally like the idea is that the cursor can pick up literally any shape, and then we can add like a little bit of extra logic for when you're holding an item that, you know, we can check some other place in the inventory to work out like what shape should it actually be. So that is, you know, so then we want to go shape. Why can I not use shape? Am I not bringing in my own prelude? I am bringing in my own prelude. Why does my prelude not contain shape? It does contain shape. Why can I not use shape? What is your problem? Nothing. Okay, it was just being a bitch. So offset 0, orientation 0 degrees, and honestly, I feel like that's probably the best idea. Is just to have 1 by 1 and say that every shape, when you say any, literally anything can fit. And the idea being that it's a 1 by 1, so every shape can effectively fit into an any. Then we add that inventory, and then we have our inventory. So that's how you get the cursor inventory. So we are going to have to add that logic to the like item descriptor, basically. That should be fine. I'm going to import something like import into the asset id inventory for a reference to like that. So the idea is that if you pass in a reference to that, I can pull out the actual inventory. So the issue with this, I guess, is we have to check to see if the cursor is empty. Do we have access to the? We have access to the inventory manager. So is empty. Annoying. Is empty checks self cursor 1 is none. We could just give it an inventory. Like there's no reason for it to actually have to be like a handle to said inventory, but I feel like a handle to the inventory means that the whole system gets to say fairly well structured, whereas if I make it like a not like that, then you end up with weird shit. So is empty is checking to see if this item is none. 1 is none. So this is held item. Okay, right. So that obviously isn't going to work particularly well. Now, my annoyance with this is that we won't be able to grab the inventory manager if we have access to the cursor, which means that this is a pain in the ass, is what that is. So I feel like this needs to be like a no, the local's gonna fucking introduce its own set of issues. Okay, cursor inventory. This is a resource, which means we have the inventory, and we can also say like is used, which is a boolean, which when we come down to here is going to say false, right? So when you add an item, we can set that to true, which means we can say that this doesn't exist at all. There is no. Well, we still need this for moving shit around. But the way that you check that this is empty is you basically say self.inventory.is used. Right, because the held item I think is going to be like a real pain to deal with. So instead, when you say hold, you say entity origin. So I guess this needs to be res mute, because this is saying like you are the thing. So you don't actually need to do that at all. You need the origin, which is the annoying part, because the I need you to like bypass all the checks and just insert the item without checking to see if it can fit. The primary idea being that we can then use that as the origin of the location where this came from. So you would not do that. You would not do that. You would say self dot. So annoying. Because this is why I was thinking, like, if we bypass the inventory manager entirely. Okay, we'll start with doing that. We'll just start by effectively you purely have your own inventory. Like it's not you like own an asset ID of an inventory. You actually just have an inventory. It's going to break some other things. Like if you're trying to find an item that's in the player's hand, it won't work. But for now, I need to make sure that this is going to work. So you do that, and the way that you do that is you say that you don't do that. Then you just pass in. Change the name of this. Oh, okay. Copy that, paste that there, say the inventory is this, and then say that you don't need that, and then you just say that inventory adds the slot any, like that. Right, so now you just own an inventory. We'll do that to make that annoying thing go away. Okay, so is empty is going to call self.inventory.is empty. Right, and then we'll add that as a function that you can call on inventories. Yeah, slowly expanding the API as the API needs expanding. So newest slot, add item, so this all needs to be split up into its own thing because it's starting to get a bit of a hand. But anyway, fn is empty, which just returns self items is empty. Right. So we come back to here and we go self inventory is empty. This should work now because we've apparently not. Oh, it's because it's inventory. That's annoying. Inventory to inventory is empty. Right, that's fine. That can all stay doing what it does. So when you say hold, you say, when I call hold on you, I say, we need to know what inventory it came out of, which is, again, like a annoying thing. So interesting. So how do I deal with that? How do I deal with that? So that's item. So you need to have like an origin. I feel like that's a dumb way of doing it, but anyway. So we need just like self dot inventory dot origin equals origin. If let, well, it's like if let sum, if let sum, I don't know what this is trying to do. Anyway, if let sum origin equals origin. Okay, that's fine for now. This is going to be like a add item with default shape, and then this would be add item with current shape. Right. So the idea being that you can tell it to hold an item without giving it an old inventory that it came from. Annoying. Okay. So I think we need to say self dot we need cursor inventory as self dot cursor dot 0. No, just self dot entity, please, like that, and then we can do that. So that lets us now spawn in the correct rendering thing. So the other thing that we need to do is say that this item is now in the correct location. So we're going to insert this onto the cursor, but we need to also say self dot commands dot entity item dot insert. Yes, this is why we would need it to, because it'd be in inventory. This is why we need our inventory to be the cursor inventory. So the answer is fuck you. That's annoying because it means we can't have the inventory stored like this. Because we'd have to somehow, we could make this an enum. Pain in the ass. Why are you storing that information? Interesting. Just trying to think, because it's what's going wrong now is it's saying, hey, like, I found the item, but I couldn't find the inventory it was in to get its shape set correctly. And so we're saying, hey, the inventory is going to have a shape, which is why this needs to be a handle to an inventory. It's annoying because what I want to do potentially here is have in inv and maybe make this an enum, so you can have like an inventory, or you can say actually it's in the cursor's inventory, and then the cursor can have its own inventory and it can be outside of the system. But that feels like a lot of redundancy to maintain to be able to do that. Like it's a lot of like gotta maintain a system that, like, I don't feel like maintaining two systems, honestly. So it's more like we have to fucking work this out, which means that this can come back. So we need to say like, well, I was gonna say, damn it. I was gonna be like, we could use the origin, but I guess it's not gonna work. So used is a bool. And we come down here and we say used is false. All right. So then you just say self dot inventory dot use. Just return that, please. I guess not. So if it's used, it's not empty. Okay, so that would say self commands entity. Okay, so set the origin to origin and then set used to true. Self commands entity insight. Okay, so the item is now in inventory and it's going to be self dot inventory dot id, and the cell type is cell type any. It's a little bit annoying because theoretically that should be stored in the origin here, because we kind of need to know that for putting it back, I think, possibly. But we're going to say any. So, because I think that other one uses that to determine what it looks like. So this is like, it'll add it to the inventory. So this is, wait, what is this supposed to do? Add item with current shape. Add item with default shape. This requires the inventory manager, doesn't it? Oh, well, if that needs the inventory manager, annoyingly, like it's that. So the inventory cursor would require the manager which is then going to be the inventory manager, like that. Which then means that this thing, no, it's that you need lifetimes. W and S. Okay. So the inventory manager means we have access to the manager, which means that we can actually, once again, check the actual inventory state. So we can say self dot. Well, it's more like manager self dot manager dot open inventory self dot inventory dot. Well, we can just give it a reference to this, can't we? Dot expect so inventory always exists. So annoyingly, we have to be like dot like dot as ref or something. Dot as ref. Okay, so we can open this and we can say let inv equal if so inv dot is empty. What was I? When was I checking that before? So hold needs to bounce if it's not empty. That's the interesting thing. Somewhere in here we have like we pick up the item. When does that have interaction? Cursor is empty. Oh right, no, it's the cursor that needs to check is empty. Sorry, it doesn't happen here. I was setting it here because I was Okay. So we go like this and we say self. Fuck. Open inventory, obviously. Yeah, okay, so opening an inventory returns a mutable inventory. So we need to be like probably something like get or read inventory. So then that does that, and then just says like inventory assets get, and then this returns an option inventory. Right? Yeah, no, that should work. Okay, so then it's going to be read inventory. So if you open it, that means you're going to modify it. So we say inventory is empty. Right. So we check to see if the cursor is empty before we get here, so we don't have to check once we're here. Once we're here, we're basically saying, yes, like I'm allowed to hold an item. That means that theoretically you could put things into the cursor manually and they would actually be fine, because I never actually check once I get there. It's only when you pick up an item I check. So self commands entity item insert. So it's self to inventory ID. Okay. Self.inventory.into maybe? I don't know. Dot as ref dot into. There we go. And then the cell type is any, because I feel like this should pass in probably what the cell type was, but you know. All right, so this puts it in said inventory. Now the fun thing is that we get to go self let some. Actually, again, we're gonna crash. So we're gonna say let inventory equals self dot manager dot open inventory self dot inventory as ref dot expect cursor inventory exists. Right, because I want it to crash early. I don't want it to fucking sit around for ages. Like not telling me that it's crashed. Then it's going to say that it's going to be annoyed because we're trying to borrow it mutably and immutably at the same time. So we're going to say let inv equal self dot inventory dot as ref dot into, and this is going to be a asset ID inventory like that, which means that we can now we have a copy of that and it's no longer holding it. It's in like that. So why are you complaining about this being borrowed mutably and immutably? Can we then like drop inventory? I think we have to drop the inventory before we can use you again. Okay. A little bit annoying, but you know, honestly makes sense in some regards. So we have our inventory here. Then we're going to say inventory dot add item. So there's add item, which we just passed an entity. Then we can add item at with an entity and a shape. We can also add a slot, which is probably shouldn't be allowed to do that. But anyway, inventory and then add inventory at item at, and then so ooh, right, we have to do that like up here. Or not. We keep track of the origin. The annoying thing is that I effectively want the any to just work. The trick with the any would just be to like actually make the inventory like infinitely large, but that'd be kind of silly. So there's the inventory, and then we dot add item at inventory. So I would want your shape to just be like 0, like correct, like we want to offset 0, you know, and direct. We just want to fucking stick this thing in over an IVEC to IVEC. So dot. Ooh, maybe we should just add item then. Well, I guess the trick would be any just always returns 1 by 1. Okay, so yeah, just find any spot to put the item then. Just add this item, please. I guess we already know the item exists. Dot expect all items should fit in an any slot. Now, the one way around that would be to say that the any slot also doesn't consume the slot, which would be kind of funny, because that would be implying that if you said add this item to my inventory, and it's like, well, you've only got 1 by 1 slot, but it's like, oh, but it's an any slot, so like it can slot even if there's already an item in that slot. Would be kind of funny, but also this is more about like at the moment the inventory is 1 by 1, but like in future I kind of want to make it that you can fit other items into the any, I guess. So I do feel like there needs to be some kind of way of flagging that it can't be put into an any, but you know, we'll work on that in the future. So this then adds the item. So we keep track of this. So this is it's a wait, add item with current shape. Add item with default shape. That is an interesting point. Is we want to say we want to do that in here, don't we? So we set the inventory to, so it's like the first thing we do is open this, and then we go this is the add with default shape, and then this is the add, but we have to have the origin, which is I guess it's add item at, and then it's so we need to pass in the shape, which is origin dot entry dot shape. All right, which we have to clone annoyingly, I think. So im is the same level of bullshit where we have to, you know, do this and do that. So can't move that yet, so we have to clone you. Now, the issue is that you only have an any slot, which means that when I try to stick you in, I kind of effectively need to be like, hey, you're in an any slot. So, any slot is just weird, to be honest, the way it works. Okay, so we save the origin, because the primary reason for saving the origin Well, then again, there's no actual need to save the origin. We're running into the issue of we would probably need to know what the type is because I think that's important for rendering, but I'm not 100% on that one. So the primary reason for going, we need to know what the any slot like is that when I'm adding it at, which I should probably just make it bigger so that I can definitely check that it works. So we do this. So this adds the item and it's like a default shape, and then this adds the item origin.entity.shape.clone. Yeah, so all items should fit in an any slot. Okay, so self inventory origin self declines entity item insert item in inventory self inventory as. So this sets it to be an any. This should crash, I think, because we're like we haven't actually added any custom logic for an any. Do you return what I managed to put you in as? No. Okay, that's interesting. Nothing tells you what it went in as, so how the hell do I know what it went in as? Okay, that an interesting choice. Now why did you panic? Because I bet my my interaction here, this probably has an inventory manager, which is not allowed because the cursor has an inventory manager. So we have to say cursor dot manager, and then it's the same thing. It's cursor dot manager, right? Yeah, because you're not allowed to have two mutable accesses to the same thing, and since the cursor needs mutable access to the same things the manager needs access to because they're nested inside each other, you have to access the manager through the cursor because otherwise they both need mutable access to the assets and it doesn't work. All right. So what are we going to get now? We're still panicking. Still something is accessing. So something is accessing this twice. Detect drop conflict. Okay, where? Yeah, but this is the system. What function is doing this though? Consider accessing. Consider removing the duplicate access. No. So conflict with previous res mute asset. So something's accessing the cursor. No, okay, so it's something accessing the inventory manager. Inventory manager. One of the, okay, so I'm gonna copy this, paste it. Someone is using the inventory manager, and so this is spawning the inventory window. That shouldn't care. This one I think cares because this one also accesses the inventory cursor. So even though I'm not actually doing anything in the system still exists, which means it still crashes. Something's happening in interaction, which will also do the same thing. We're accessing it and then trying to use the cursor at the same time. So this may crash one more time. Anyway, that's fine. As long as you don't use the inventory cursor. Okay. Yeah, so it crashed again because I've got the try drop as an actual thing that gets called, but never, even though it doesn't do anything, it's still an incorrect use. So this should work now, maybe. Item node, rendering item. I don't know when we say that it's in an inventory and what slot that it's in, but fucking okay. So I finally got to work and the virus scanner jumps on it. That's fun. So our interaction. This is a try drop now drop. So it's in here, cursor. Right. So now everything's working now. It's probably going to crash because again, I haven't actually wired up the thing that, yeah. So it's saying you failed because process does not exist successfully. You should have spat out clicked on entity, panicked, All items should fit in any slot. No slot accepts this item. All right. So that is very much a, we gave you an any slot. We need to go to like our item descriptor, wherever the fuck that is. God, this whole fucking thing needs to be redone. Item descriptor. So I believe we request something like inventory descriptor. No, it's an inventory descriptor. The item, then item descriptor. And so item descriptor has like the name, the description, the size, which is a vector of cells and layout. Now the annoying thing with this is we iterate through all of its sizes. Pub fund sizes, which iterates this. Can I dot extend? No. The annoying thing is there's no way to like get size, and the issue with this is I've also got, yeah, this should really be a vector, to be honest. Because what this is this allows you to have multiple different layouts for the same cell type, which on its own isn't actually a problem. But where it becomes a problem is that you could theoretically specify two different sizes. I guess it would try the first one, then try the second one, which is would be kind of weird, but you know, fair enough. I don't know if there's any reason not to do that, but it does mean that theoretically you can't request a specific size. But where am I doing that? It's got to be like add item somewhere. We need to like explicitly in our inventory logic, when we say fit, can fit, so cell type, self item, self slots, self. So this is can fit, self slots get cell type, else return false. Question is, because it's saying, you're asking, can it fit this cell type? The question is, do you check to see if the inventory has an any here? I feel like that could cause issues. It's whoever's calling can fit. Somewhere, so when we call fit, we call self.canFit. So we iterate through all your layout and all your cells and everything. That's the issue, isn't it? That because there's no reason I couldn't just say can fits any, it always returns true. But I do want to actually do the logic. So it's more like this is a can fit any. You do all your bounds checks and then you just return true. So you only return true. You don't actually like insert anything. You just can fit. My annoyance of that is I want to say like cell type can fit returns true. It's almost certainly that we want to say like fit, which takes in the item descriptor. So it tries this, and it says slot layout is this. So we need to say something more like, I'm going to say that in any cell can fit, well, anything. So we're going to say if I mean, this is the item sizes. Oh, okay. Wait. So fit if self dot self dot slots dot contains. I don't like it contains key, but anyway, contains key cell type any. We have to do different shit. So you do say which cell type you fit into. So this it's becoming like a weird thing of being like, I don't necessarily want that any will win So I guess you only return none at the end. So I guess theoretically you can check to see if there's like a normal slot that it can fit in, and you only try any last. And then the way that you try any is you just say if self.slot contains any, you say like let mute shape equals shape. This is going to be really dumb, but because it only ever checks the items to see if they contain any. I mean, no, it's so much more intelligent to say to go to the sizes, which is an iterator that returns items, and then we say this dot iterate, and then we go like it's not zip. I want to say it's extend, but I don't remember how. Like how? No dot chain. There we go, chain, and then you just chain cell type any. Annoyingly, I'd want to do this only if it didn't contain cell types, but anyway. Any, comma, rect 1 by 1. Cannot return, okay. So I guess you need like a const. Actually, we can put it inside that function, can't we? Ooh, okay, that was not a smart idea, apparently. I don't know what I did. Everything working? Okay. Const fallback. You're going to complain that you can't. Okay. Well, first off, you're complaining that it's not all capital letters, which is fine. Rename to fallback. Okay. So you a reference to fallback, which is okay. So const. Okay. So you will try fitting any size. Now, annoyingly, I kind of want to do that only if it doesn't contain any, but because like the idea being that if you specify what its size should be when it's an any, you could theoretically make it not fit inside the hand or something. That would be kind of funny, but I don't want to do that. So this should mean that every item has any 1 by 1 that it can go into. So when it goes into an any, it's 1 by 1. Theoretically, the image can also do image things. So it's failed to spawn, did not fit. Yeah, okay. So when I click on you, it didn't crash at the very least. So it says received inventory asset event. What? Okay, no. Okay, no, it did crash. So why did it crash this time? It says, or anyway, okay. So you crashed here because you said that you should return. Question, I guess, is did I just accidentally add the item twice? Is that what happened? Maybe that's what happened. So clicked once? No, it definitely crashes. So when you get to here, I don't think you can get access to the item descriptor. So add item at. Oh, I'm giving it the specific shape, aren't I? Which then ignores all the. Okay, yeah. So you do self item get item else return entity not an item. You get the descriptor for slot type slot layout in descriptor. So it skips anything that doesn't have the correct layout. So it goes through all your sizes. The annoying thing with you, so it's the add item at that's the problem. I kind of want to just say add item unchecked. Because so the add item at makes sense to me in that like I can just give it the shape. The issue is that if it's, I mean, theoretically I can just make the inventory bigger. Wherever the fuck that happens. Like up here. If I just give you a bigger inventory, because at the moment you have one slot and it's going to be like 100 by like 100. The idea being that what's happening at the moment is I'm trying to add it at a specific location and it's failing because because the shape that I'm trying to stick it in as is not the same shape that it fucking has as its layout. That's annoying. So it checks to see if you effectively can add the shape at that orientation. So it's still going to crash because it's basically saying that this does this check, which is annoying. So add item, because I think add item, self.current inventory, add item. Right, and then add item probably does something else and then calls fucking add item at. So this just can't fit. You do something even weirder, which just confuses me. But anyway, we're going to ignore that for now. Because theoretically, add item should just iterate through all the possible shapes and do this. But anyway, okay. So and slot type does not equal any slot. Slot type. And slot type does not equal cell type any. Right. So cell type any, still going to have the same issue. So what's happening here? Because what's happening is that when we try can fit, because we also annoyingly only try the any on everything has an any. Is it's more like I only want to check the any if the inventory has an any. Okay, so this is the inventory commands. So you say self.current inventory can fit. Right. Yeah, it makes so much more sense to be like if self.current inventory dot has any slot then it's going to be self dot add item at no it's self dot current inventory current inventory dot add item so we need the descriptor, which we have. So descriptor. I feel like I might just add like an entirely override thing, but anyway, entity, which is item, item position, which is shape dot offset and shape dot orientation. No, this is wrong. I need like an add any. shapeless clone. Okay. And then like return. Oh. Okay, we return. Okay, so the primary reason for doing this is just like it's getting a little bit out of hand to be like and I feel like this will be its own thing because it's effectively like we only want to check this occasionally, but anyway. Anyway, so current inventory needs to have a inventory needs to inventory is getting a little bit bloated with like the amount of like helpers and shit. They should be really split into their own thing. But anyway, has any slot, contains key any. Okay, do not self-add item at. Right. So that would be funny. Item descriptor any is if item descriptor any was like a const item descriptor. That would actually be kind of hilarious, to be honest. Is to just have an item descriptor that is like, yes, use this shape. Because when you add item, add item will apparently just crash, which is kind of funny. Then you have to return a I'm gonna make you return a boolean, which is going to be like basically if self dot has any slot, return false. Right. Then we need to be all like self dot can fit cell type any. No, the shape needs to be annoying. It needs to be like shape, because again we're just like forcing everything to have that sort of shape, so that would be shape.offset, shape.orientation, and shape.layout, except that the shape.layout is layout. I think I'm making this harder than it needs to be, but anyway. uvec2 1. Right. So self can fit any shape. So we're gonna try and fit that, and then it's like if and then we say something like self dot items dot insert item entry. So apparently, and we just return true, otherwise we return false. So self item insert item, and then with the entry, and the entry is the one that you passed in, which means that we effectively keep the shape if the shape existed. The only reason like resetting the shape is for the sake of I don't know, actually, to be honest. See, because fit takes in an item descriptor. It's probably a better way of doing that, because I want to say like fit should take in a shape. So the idea is that it's like one layer up when you say item descriptor, because then we could pass in a shape and be like, when you say add any, you pass in the shape, but then the shape is treated as 0, and we can just say fit a 1x1 in an any slot. So can fit any. Well, I guess technically you just do this, because If it doesn't have an any slot, it will just return false because it won't be able to find the any slot. So self items, insert item entry with a sub inventory of none. Now I don't know how I feel about that one. Probably fine because that's implying you can't like have. Actually, yeah, fair enough. So the sub inventory of none is saying you can't like pick up an item like a water bottle and then use that water bottle to pick up other items. I don't know how I feel about that one, but that might work. This still feels really, really horrible to use. But it's, I need to get it to a point that it works because I feel like I need to redo fit so that fit takes in a shape. Can fit already takes in. The can fit is the fit. It's that fit does the actual item fitting. So can fit returns a Boolean. Fit should return an offset. Yeah, okay. Interesting. Wait a minute. This should be fit item, and then we should have a fit which takes in just the shape and the cell type, and then the fit will return effectively the offset and the location of the layout where that layout can fit, like the first offset and location. Ugh. Yeah, this is getting out of fucking hand. Anyway, when I pick you up, you said item entity 88 does not have any item image compatible with the slot type. Okay, that's fine. So I picked up item 88. So theoretically, item 88 is in my inventory. Empty bottle. So it's probably going to be cursor inventory. You have one item in you, which is item 88. When I pick up something else, is it going to say that no, that's not allowed? Attempted to pick up, yeah. So it's just saying it's not allowed to pick up these items. So the reason it's not rendering is because I don't have a compatible slot, which is fun because if we call it cursor, that'd be the other alternative, is to say cursor is an inventory thing, and then the player, like the user, could specify something like that. But I think any is better. Unclear. So actually, let's just go back to being one by one. So again, because theoretically, outside of the fact that they're in the wrong inventory location, you should be able to pick up. Like, this would actually let you pick up multiple items. Hence the need for a fit so that you can work out if there is space versus a can fit. Anyway, so cursor inventory used. All right. So used is false. We're not doing that anymore. I don't think, because we can check here to see if the inventory actually has room. Okay, so what is it? That would actually be interesting, is to say can fit and check like a 1 by 1 square. Anyway, so okay, what was I? So I need to right. The item thing yelled at me because it said that the item didn't have a item. So the fallback for that is to say, so it said somewhere in here about, oh, and interestingly, it doesn't actually set its position and location and stuff until it finds an image. Well, that's interesting. Where did you get the item shape from? So I think this should be more like if let sum. So you can still else warn, but like you shouldn't continue, because continuing then means that like if you don't have an image, then I don't render you. So you set the image. Wait, why are you saying that this inventory is not allowed? Wait, what? No, this is incorrect. No, yeah, you say the same. It's not you. That's what the problem is. It's you. Your if let equals do this. You do that. Right. So we can set that to the image handle, and then otherwise. So you're saying that size doesn't exist because you can get here without grabbing the image size. Right. So you then return size. And then here we say that your size is actually, I believe, somewhere. Right. We have access to your shape here. So some, none. So to get size, we would say is item. So it's size up there dot unwrap or else something like that. Oh, apparently not an acceptable thing I'm allowed to do. That's fine. Like that. Okay. So the size is either the size returned by the image thing. So you either got the image's size or you default to the size of the bounding box. So that does mean that, like, theoretically, if you specify a image, you can override the size. So it should now, when I pick up an item, render as a white shape because no item should have an any specified. And then we'll do the same thing of being like, if this returns none, get image returns none, we can have a fallback image. Okay, so pick you up. I said pick you up. All right, so where did we get to? It said item does not have an image. So that threw an error. Item does not have a return none, but it should still have a. So it's in the inventory, I believe. First inventory. No, apparently not. What do you fucking mean? How did I get it out of my inventory? That's. Do you mind? What do you mean? So first off, this is failing and therefore it is not putting. Why are you not? Item entity does not have an image compatible with the slot type. Okay, but why are you spitting it out? That's interesting. So pipes. Honestly, like I wouldn't really know because my approach would be do everything as an entity, and just have like a grid. So you'll see me do it all the fucking time when I do like hexagons and stuff like that. Is you have a component that's like a grid position component, and then you have either an on change detection that means that like if you want to be able to like let the player like type in a position and it teleports, then you do it with a function that checks like changed grid position and then moves to there. If you only ever want to let like something be spawned at a certain location and it never moves, like once it's spawned, you have to like delete it and move it somewhere else, or like even like just reinsert. Like the idea being like if the player can't manually override it, you can then do it's on the on insert method. You can tie into that hook and then you update its position. So that the transform is equal to its grid position, and then you set the grid component as immutable, so that you can't change the grid position. Like when you're using a system, you can't change it. You can just read it, and that lets you effectively like spawn things in and just give them a position, and they'll be at that position and rotation. It's kind of like what my inventory system's doing here, where when you so I'm doing it so that you can change it while it's in the inventory. So it's a function, but you can do it as a on add hook or on insert hook. So on insert is I guess the way actually a bigger reason you do the difference is on insert would imply that you wanted to do like other checks like keeping a dictionary so you could like look up what entities are at said location. You do that because when you insert, you can then make sure that it does all the bookkeeping, and on remove you do all the bookkeeping to remove it. Whereas if you just use transform to update its position, like in an update loop, you can end up a tick behind where like it's been moved, but you checked and it was in one location because you hadn't caught the movement yet. So you do a on insert hook, and the on insert hook sets the position and like updates your bookkeeping. It also lets you you could do things like not allowing people to place two of the same like layered item at the same location. Like so you can have like conveyor belts and you can place like things above or below the conveyor belt, but you can't place a second conveyor belt there without it doing some kind of logic. So you could do like the upgrading logic where it's like if you place a conveyor belt and the item that's already there is a conveyor belt, but the one you place is a higher level, it'll automatically replace it. If it's a lower level, it won't, or or like make sure that the inventory is updated with the item that was removed. You can do all that, and so I would recommend using fucking component hooks as the way to like update the position and like sprite and stuff like that of the pipe. As for the actual logic, what you can do, because if you're using because you're using hooks like that, you can make it that when you add an item to the world, so you spawn in a piece of conveyor belt, the piece of conveyor belt in its on add or on insert, depending if you again want to be able to move something after it's been spawned, can go into a resource and update that resource with a bit of bookkeeping saying that this coordinate has these entities on it. So you can have it. I think this has. I can show you because I do it up here. I forgot that I've got this open. So I was getting like a bit like where I get distracted and like open something up and then like spend ages. Yeah. So somewhere in here we have like our world gen. Somewhere I have the map, I'm sure. Tile assets. So take the tile assets. Maybe I didn't. So get random gen tile. So this is all map gen stuff. So lib, then we go map. So it's going to be a map. It's going to be anywhere. It's going to be a map. So this is opening world. This is hex tiles. So apparently we don't have it. So I guess I'll make it because why the fuck not? So this is our terrain generation. Oh no, it'll be in hexagons because it's the hexagons that actually does it. This is the actual game, whereas this is the map. All right. So we have this is a map cell. So the idea is that the hexagon cell is at a Q and an R, which is just a different coordinate system that doesn't move like linearly through XY space like you would expect for squares. It has to step, or the maths down here somewhere. With hexagons, so every step, like the up one in the Q, somewhere to XY, self to pointy. Where the fuck is this function? No, self to flat. Yeah. So for every the X, so for every step in the it says position.x. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, so I don't know why I convert it to a vec2 here, but anyway. So you take the size and you multiply it by the X position and then take 75% of that. And that's how you step. So for every up one in the queue, for every one you go up in the queue, you take 75% of a step to the right. So that means that your queue effectively is your X, but like you're taking not a full step each time. And then the Y is your size. So this just lets me have two different sizes of cell. Is 3/4. The square root of 3 divided by 4 times the X plus the square root of 3 divided by 2 plus the Y, which means you actually move diagonally when you step in the R. R will move you up 1 and to the right 1. And so that's just a coordinates of hexagons. The thing that I want to show you, so this does all the mathing to map it to the world. Then I have on add. So I apparently didn't make them immutable, which is weird because that implies that, because I was getting annoyed because I wanted to update them in the editor and have them move. So on add, what they do is they go here and they get themselves, so they access themselves, which is just grab the coordinate system I'm set to. They look to see if their parent has a hexagon map, and this is the thing that I'm saying you should make. So the hexagon map takes in the coordinate of the cell and then like a vector of all the entities on that cell. And so the idea is that whenever you add something to a specific position in the world, that thing will go, hey, I'm at like X3, Y3. It will access this resource when it spawns, like that, as in like that you can't be in an invalid state because it's like before you can even access it, it will do this. It'll insert, or it'll go to this hash map. It'll say, hey, give me X3, 3. If it doesn't exist, the hash map will spawn in, like it'll make a new one. So add cell. So that's what this does. So it's like self.entry cell. So this is saying, get me that coordinate and then or insert with a default vector and then push onto the end this entity. The idea being that whenever a cell spawns at a certain location, it adds it to the list of entities at that location. So if you want to quickly iterate through all of the cells at that location, like all the things that are on that cell, you can access this resource and request. I haven't set all that up because again, this is like sort of half a crate that's being built. You can then request this coordinate, and then it will give you all the entities that are at that coordinate, which also lets you then do like neighbors, because you can like add one to the X and request all the entities there, rather than if you do it like through the pure ECS way, you need to iterate through every single entity that has a coordinate to see if it is one of the neighbors, whereas this lets you request all the things on this cell and then also request all of their positive X neighbors and all their negative X. Like you can just request the neighbors and it will give you all of the entities that are the neighbors, rather than having to go through every single possible entity that could be a neighbor and check. So you do it like this because it effectively just keeps like a lookup table for all your neighbors. And then, yeah, so you can do the pipes where you can like have the pipe and so you go, oh, this pipe needs to update its fluid thing. So it looks up, it doesn't even necessarily look up its location, because again, it already knows its location because it's a component on it. So you iterate through all your pipes. And in each pipe will look up its neighbors in this hash map, and then iterate through all of the neighbors and go, are any of you a pipe that that I can connect to? And then you connect to it. So it's a way of like letting you efficiently access the neighbors. Yeah. If you want, I can at some point, I don't know when, maybe next stream, I'll rip hexagons out and you can make a hexagon based like sim game rather than a grid based sim game, and then like you can use some of my code, or at least read my code to work out what you want to do. But yeah, it's that's my advice, because again, without more specifics, I don't know how to go into more detail. Like, do it that way, because then you don't have to iterate through every single entity, and you can have hundreds of thousands of pipes where each pipe only looks up its neighbors, rather than having to check every other pipe to see who potentially is neighboring it. And because it does it through the bookkeeping, there's no way of like accidentally changing where a pipe is located, because once a pipe's been placed, it's placed. The only way to like change it would be to replace the pipe, and so it's locked to it. And you could do that because mine's on add, which means that only when it spawns does it update the bookkeeping. But you could also do on insert, which means that you could theoretically update the bookkeeping and like move a pipe while actually like keeping all the fluids and everything in it. You could actually make it like you could pick up a pipe and move it, rather than like the on add is kind of implying that once a pipe's been placed, it's invalid to move its position by reinserting its component, its position, because like you could do that, but you'd have to remove it and re-add it, because it's effectively saying like once you've placed it, that's where it is. Whereas on insert would be like you like theoretically it's valid to insert on top. I've completely lost track of what I was doing. Right, we're adding this to the inventory, and it's still yelling at me saying that this item doesn't have an inventory. So the question here is, one of these is like the player cursor or something, I believe, which I cannot see, which annoys me no end. So there's the player. No, so this is the player inventory, right? I feel like I need to put those inside their own thing, but the more annoying thing is that all these fucking observers exist, and I don't know how to get rid of them. So tooltip root cursor slot. You have an image node, but why are you invisible? You have an item, right? You don't have a size, maybe? Scroll position. You're rendering item 417. Why do you not have... Huh. Why are you failing to add these items to the inventory? Item does not have an image compatible. Yeah, but it's to say because you clicked up this and you said picked up this. So item entity not found in inventory is the issue. It's not... They're not actually being put in the inventory, hence I can pick up multiple items. So why is it not being put inside the inventory? I am in the complete wrong project, which would explain why I was randomly clicking around going, how the fuck am I not finding what I'm looking for? So interaction here. So when you pick up a fucking item, so you update which inventory it's in, but somehow you're failing. adding item. Right. You know, you expect all items should fit in any slot. And then you're the same. All items should fit in any slot. In any slot. So why are you actually failing? Probably because add item. No, because we're adding item at. Why are you not working? So slot. You're not failing to add the inventory item. Because you're getting to here, and even if this fails. So if you return okay, else you okay. Honestly, return that. Do that. Do that. Do that. Alright. Alright, so you return. So this should then panic because it's effectively failing to add the item to the any slot. And in any slot, I'll probably say not yet implemented. So adding any, check to see if it has an any slot. And it says can fit. Aha. This is failing to fit. Because we're not putting it at 0, 0. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. So first off, let's rename you. You are fit item. Right. So this says fit. So this is called fit. Fit takes in self, a cell type, and a shape. No, layout. Right. And this will return an option shape. Because the option shape is saying what was the orientation and rotation that we got this to fit at. So when we say fit item, this says iterate. Okay. So unclear why the AI ate the last. Anyway. Wait, no, fit item, which is say, so that says for slot item layout in self.sizes. If slot layout, slot get, slot layout. So at this point, we already had the layout. So we need to go for orientation. Paste this in, do that. And you, okay. So for orientation in orientations iter. Now, this does mean that we will effectively try every layout position before we try every orientation, which I don't know if that is the correct approach to doing this, but anyway. So this would return some shape. If self can fit, orientation shape. So this says cells in cells, fit cells. I feel like, just for the sake of being like, it would like make more sense in my head to try every rotation in the first slot you find rather than trying. So it's more like it's like let some slot layout self slot get cell type else return none. Right, no slot. Now this should probably return a result, but you know, that be how it be sometimes. Sure, now we have that. So the next is to go for slot for cell in slot layout dot iter cells. Right, so this is for every cell. Then we say let mute shape equals the layout cloned. Honestly, I feel like the shape should actually probably go up here because, again, we don't want to be cloning the layout every single time. So you set your position to 0, So it's a default thing. Then we say shape dot offset equals cell. And then we go for orientation in orientation iter, shape.orientation equals orientation. If self can fit cell type and shape, return shape. And then we go, if you get to here, you just return none. Right. The idea is we generate a single shape once, we clone the layout only once, we then have these cheap copies here where we iterate through every cell. Because the reason I'm thinking iterate through every cell is we can theoretically avoid all of these checks in the future by optimizing it to basically check, is it even possible for this to be here? Like, if this cell is taken when we do our can fit, we can effectively say, if you didn't fit at one orientation, you probably won't fit at any orientation. So like you could do a check like here and be like set and be like, is this cell empty? Because no matter how you rotate it, the 0, 0 cell stays empty. So I can just check to see if that cell has anything in it, which would then skip the need to check the currently 5 orientations. 4 orientations? So you could skip this entire for loop by effectively doing one check. The issue with doing that one check is that if that turns back empty, then you're going to check it. You have to check that one cell multiple times. But I guess that one cell being saved, having to check can fit multiple times might effectively be a good idea. Like we call can fit, and what does can fit do? It says slot shape self slots get. So first thing it does is gets the shape of the slot, which is also the same thing you're doing, but anyway, and then says if shape can't fit, can fit item shape, return false. Slot shape can fit item shape. So basically, if the pocket's too small. Now, this feels like one of those rotation orientation things of like, this is my way of skipping anything that can't fit. Because you already have access to this, which means you wouldn't have to get access to it again, which is a second hash lookup. So doing these checks in here. Anyway. So we get the bounds, and then we check each item like that. And then we return true if anything fits, if nothing stops you. Okay. Good to know. Yeah, it needs some kind of caching or something to be like, hey, like, like don't check items that were miles outside of your bounds. Anyway, so fit now returns the optional shape that it found. So this is the first possible slot that could possibly fit it. So that means that we go add any, and we instead of going can fit, we say more like if let some fit equals self.fit cell cell type any shape layout no. So add any checks specifically the layout rect uvec2 1. Right, so we can fit any rect 1. Now, annoyingly, I feel like there needs to be a fit without rotation or something because, you know, dumb. Okay, self insert item like this, and then true, and then otherwise false, like that. I have no idea what's going on with this fucking weird layout thing where it keeps doing that, but anyway. So, except you would want to say, so shape was fit. So I guess we want to say mute here. Wait, no. We don't even want to mute there. We just want to say, it's just shape. We just We make sure that there's room. Now, it's not necessarily going to work particularly well. I mean, we could set its offset to that. Because you're going to return the shape, which will have 1 by 1 in it, which is fine. The orientation that you were at and the layout, which... That's fine. So we want to make you mutable. And then we say shape dot offset equals fit dot offset. Because the idea is that we want to keep the offset. I mean, it's all a little bit strange. Because I'd also want it to be in there with a rect of 1 by 1 as well. At least this time it should actually manage to add the item, because it shouldn't be able to not add the item. So now when I pick up an item, are you going to actually like let me pick up the item? Okay. Did it throw an error? It did throw an error. Failed to spawn random item. Does not fit, there's a different error. Item entity does not have an image compatible with the slot, but it still did it, correct? Like, if I move this shit out of the way, like, I think theoretically the cursor should have actually spawned something. Now, I don't know why the cursor doesn't turn up when I did it, cursor slot. So, image node. So, it did something. It's just not got a size, and a name, and a node. Did it give it a size? It did. It's 700 by 500. So it's correct. Maybe it doesn't have a background color. That's probably what's wrong. Well, no, it's got a background color, and it's not transparent. I don't think. What? Normal. I can't see it though. That's the issue. Oh, because it's percentage. What's the bet? It's percentage is meaning that so node has 700%. So if I said pixels, I still don't know where the fuck it is. It doesn't have a background color apparently either. Border color. Where the hell are you? You weird little box. Transform. UI transform. Minus 100%. Hey. Yeah. Okay. Why did you end up at minus 100%? That's my question. Wait a second. Does that mean you got given a fucking rotation? That implies you have a rotation. That's annoying. So go to inventories, go to the fucking cursor inventory. Come over here and go something along the lines of offset You have a layout of a rect. This is your shape. Yeah, why did you end up at 270 degrees? You should have been at 0. Fucking fit any. So you called fit. Why was your immediate attempt if self can fit? When I iterate this, it should start at 0. Why did it not? Can I get you to print line? Well. Found fit at sure. No, I need to orient. So offset cell type. No. I don't care about the layout. I don't care about the offset and orientation. Found fit at. Something like that, maybe. Now, annoyingly, this is going to spam a whole lot of stuff, I believe, because something. Oh no, because they all call fit item. Yeah, never mind. So, fit item should call fit at some point, but at the moment, the only thing that calls fit is the add any, because it calls fit, and fit returns the shape that it managed to squish in there. Now, admittedly, fit should probably return an offset and an orientation, but anyway, when I click you said that you found fit 00 because it's the original items at 270 degrees. Yes, of course. Of course. It's a little bit silly, but anyway. That's fine. So what is happening is that the cursor slot has the thing, but it's intentionally positioned so that it's not visible. Background color. Oh, and your percentage based, yeah. So annoyingly, because you don't have an image, you end up with a certain strangeness to you. Node control position. Where's the thing that lets me set your size? It's in node, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. So we say this to pixels and be like, you're actually like 700 by pixels 800. Can I see you now? Apparently not. Where the hell are you? So you have a size now, 700 by 800. UI transform, auto. No. Okay, pixels. Why can I not see you? Where the hell are you? Oh, it's somewhere. Like it exists. All right, let's give it the actual image then. So annoyingly, we need to go like blah, 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 blah. If you don't have an item, I want you to default to the 0th item in your list, I guess. So I'm gonna be like get image. No, it's just called image. Image something. Self image. No. Just go to where you know it is. There's no point looking for it. Item image item descriptor image. Right. Plot. So this takes in an iterator of slots and then says for slot type in slot. For image in image. If image equals slot type. This seems terrible. Anyway, if you get to here, I guess it's more like let mute found equals self dot image dot first. Yeah, if you don't provide any images, then it just returns nothing. But anyway, then you say if you get to here, we return. So what? Right, that's fine. And then you can just return found. Honestly, just do that at the end then. So it'd be self dot image dot first dot clone. Okay, mismatch type expected. So it found an option to this. Wait, what? So you expected to find You're annoying. First dot map. It's something like all right, that works. That means that if it'll check each image, if it can't find the image, it'll return the first image. In the list. This feels dumb. It really, really feels stupid. Like, why am I using vectors and not a hash map when I'm going to look up? I'm also requesting any of the possible slot type things, which is even more bizarre. Because that kind of implies that I should just be asking for the fallback image anyway. So it says entity does not have an image compatible with the slot any. What do you mean? What do you mean? So you're saying you don't have a slot type compatible with image, but that's incorrect because is it called because I called get image? Oh, I bet it's because I called get image. This returns all of the images that you specify. Get image returns only. Fuck me. All right, that's yeah. It doesn't really make sense why these are vectors and not hash maps, but anyway, fucking hash map. It makes zero sense. Except I kind of need to make you indexed hash maps because if I don't, then you don't have a specific order. So I guess we'll do that. We'll come here and be all like, you depend on Bevy, this isn't strum. And then it's like index map, which equals this. Okay, so I think that should work. It's going to compile a bunch of shit because there's to compile the index map, but index map. Yeah. So index map is just a hash map, but it has a consistent ordering, which means that the very first order that you get is the correct order. So we can say self dot image dot get, and then it's slot. So self dot image dot get slot cloned. You return that. Now my annoying thing is I feel like you need to have like a default image. Because my thinking is like if cell type is any, then I should just get untyped. But it's more like if slot dot if slot equals any, return image first. See, the issue with this is I actually do want it to have an any because that implies that you could have a cursor override. It's like, oh, but if it's in the hand, then it's this. If slot equals any, return self image first. No, okay, so it's self dot or else. So this is if it's none, and then I think or else can return an option. Function returns, yeah, okay. Function returns an option. So you take in nothing, and then you say self dot get any, also cloned. So the idea is try and get the slot. Wait, what? No. First dot cloned. Cloned that not working? Why is that not working? Okay, right. Right. We need to do this because when you call first, it also tells you the key. Because yeah, I guess that's important. So I just need to like say, hey, drop the key and then cloned. So when we say get image, it will self image.get this. Okay. And then down here somewhere, something's broken because I am assuming it's the when we load this. We say image. Right. So this needs to become a index map. Right. And then this is the hideous thing about having so much weird, horrible code. So the index map, and then we insert the slot with this. Right. And then we're going to also have an if, I guess sum, maybe? I don't know how this works. Equals. I think that's how that works. Yeah, it returns option V. Image or insert if let sum multiple images found for slot type, only the first image will be used. No, only the only last image will be used. Why is it saying that slot type is being borrowed here? Because slot type's being fucking borrowed here. Okay. So multiple images found from for slot type, only last image will be used. Okay. Cool. So there's a way I could probably get around that needing to clone this here, because I want to say like it's like if let it's like entry or insert maybe. Or default or insert. Yeah. Okay. Or insert with returns a function, and then that function can do that. The issue is that, again, I think it still has the issue, like, do you take in the key? F? No, F. So, well, wait, with key? Does with key pass in? F? Yeah, F takes in key. I don't know why. I really don't want to clone things, because it's partly because it's just the way that things are at the moment is that it's using the name. So we're going to go, oops, no, do that. Cut that. Do that, put that there, and then you paste the name and then you return that, and then we just like don't do that. So I think sorry, your K, and then your K. Okay. So the way this works is we say image entry and we pass in the slot type because we already have the slot type; it's already owned. And then we or insert with key, which gives us access to the key. So it's basically saying if the entry already exists, okay, which means multiple images found with slot, only first image will be used. Now we don't overwrite it. So it's multiple images were found, only first image will be used. So if an image already exists, give me access to the key so that I can, wait a second. No, never mind. This will just insert the image. So entry returns entry. I guess we have to do something here, maybe. I don't know if I can remember. All right. So if entry dot the or default returns the actual value, which means that insert entry returns an occupied entry, index key. So I guess we'll go like or insert. What does or insert do? Oh, we can check to see if it's occupied. Okay, so if let index map entry occupied equals image dot entry slot type, like so. I guess we match. That would make much more sense. Match. Thank you. So we match. No. Yeah, occupied versus vacant. So multiple images. So excuse me. You can go away. A vacant entry, and then we say entry insert this. Now you're saying that I can't do that. Okay, so fine. E, and then we just say like e dot key, like that. Right. So multiple image specified for the same slot type, only for specified for slot type. Only the first one will be used, and then we just return the key. So the idea is that we don't have to clone this because we give it to the thing, so we already own it, and we say, hey, if you happen to be occupied at this particular location, just let me borrow it for a second so I can log it, and then otherwise I'll stick the data in, so it does that. So if you specify multiple, it'll actually just throw in a warning, because it's not necessarily wrong to specify multiple, but it is something that you may be going, why is the image wrong? It's like, oh, because you've actually declared it twice. Why the image is wrong. This should then allow me to effectively, it should only spit out that it couldn't find an image if the first image is missing, I guess, maybe. Now, do I print that? I don't think I care about printing that. But so the idea is now that when we fucking Windows Defender, can you fuck right off? Yeah, so now when we run it, it should, when we pick up the item, default to the first declared image if we don't have a specific image declared for inventory or for any. So that does make me feel like any should actually really be a cursor thing, so you could actually specify like, hey, when you pick up an item, like when you're holding an item, it can have a specific sprite. But like, I mean, that kind of worked. That is hideously large. Now, what has gone wrong with you? So that's got to be do something with the cursor slot, and it's probably because we're specifying percentage, which is very incorrect. So 100%. The X is 100%. So we want to say this is 100 pixels. Oh wait, no. That's probably correct there. It's fucking you piece of shit. Okay, so fuck you, 100. I guess, and then you'd be like 700. Yay. Okay. So it's not 100. It's like 500. Hey. Okay. 500. That doesn't feel right. That genuinely doesn't feel like 500 pixels. But that would almost certainly be because the UI transform is saying to scale you. So auto. Okay, what the fuck is scaling you? Something's scaling you by a percentage. I'm sure of it, but I also do not care enough to find it. So I guess flex grid, you piece of shit. Why are you so big? That's not scaled. I'm not even entirely sure how you've got a transform, but you know, how are you so mind-bogglingly large? Like, I don't think you're inside of something. Somehow I don't get to set your background color, which confuses me as well. Anyway, so your size is like 700 by 1000. Image node size. So according to that, you should be like 120 by 140 is what you should be, not 700 by 400 or whatever, which would make you the size over there. So how the fuck do I do that? UI transform, UI something. Wait, UI transform. That's all auto. Maybe it shouldn't be auto. Maybe it should just be like, oh, no, because again, they shouldn't. That's position, not size. Okay. So transform. No, node. It should be 100, 120 by what did I say? What's the image say? 120 by 140. That still feels like it's way bigger than it's supposed to be. Is you maybe? Anyway, it's in Berg, and then when we click something else is likely to be picked up. Now we do need to fix that. Okay. So I do feel like when I say fit, I should be able to like say fit with his orientation or something. I don't know. Okay. So one thing we probably need to do is position the cursor to be under the mouse, but I guess the fucking making it massive is more important at this point in time. Why did it end up so big? Why? Something. Okay. So the issue with this is that first off, it doesn't have a style. Collision, slot. Where the hell is that piece of code? So it added the inventory node thing. I guess it's fine. So why did it become so big? It's got something to do with the node. So partly it's because it didn't have a style. That's annoying. Okay, so somewhere render node, item node. So when we do the item node, we set the size to being percentage size x times 100. So what we need to make sure is when we spawn the when we spawn the inventory window, which is what this is doing. Ooh. I shouldn't be directly spawning it. I should just be adding it to the item's inventory. And that is a perfect excuse to expand the flexibility. So the way that the item inventory thingy needs to work. The cursor thing, 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 cursor thing. I don't know why my brain is short-circuiting on this. What I need to do is not render the cursor manually, which is what I'm currently doing. Somewhere we spawn the cursor. We need to give the cursor, this cursor, yeah, wherever the fuck we spawn cursor slot in, spawn cursor slot. This needs to have a render inventory. Which has an inventory. Wait. Do you like a new? Yeah, you do. Okay. So that means when we spawn this in, because theoretically we could spawn this in here when we do this, we'd spawn the fucking cursor itself. But then again, I feel like this would need to be a rendering thing versus like theoretically, this makes the cursor possible to be done outside of rendering, because it means that basically I'm saying I'm handling the cursor, but if you want to render the cursor, you can call your own rendering logic. That's actually kind of interesting. So we're going to say cursor, which is the inventory cursor, and we're going to say, well, actually, we don't even need to do that, because that will pull in all this other shit mutably as well. We can just say cursor, which is res cursor inventory, like that. And then cursor.inventory, and you want a actual handle, which is interesting. Okay, dot clone. Right, you need to actually own that handle. Okay, that's fine. Sure. So that means that I can not bother with the other shit now. So detect, drop, detect. Where were we? We're in interaction, maybe. No. Interaction mod. So this will spawn in a render inventory that is now targeting the current inventory, which it does make me feel like I need to do some kind of please don't render the slots, because it's going to result in, because I gave the cursor a 1x1, it should actually spawn a 1x1 square where the cursor is. Hello, welcome to the stream. So again, I'm not paying attention to chat because I'm so distracted by shit that I've missed your message by about 7 minutes. How is your day been? Randomly talk to people in chat while I wait for it to compile. So I still have no idea where the inventory. See, there's the little 1x1 slot that particular inventory got given, and then when I picked you up, you filled up 100% of the screen. So this is the render inventory thing. So we have to go into like our the node interaction, node rendering. What? Okay, so this is spawn inventory window, which is does the thing and does the slots, and then we say render item. So something about I'm not specifying. So I set your display to grid, and I also set your pixels to pixels. Okay, this is if you have a style. So it definitely rendered that correctly. It somehow fucked up the grid in that when I picked up the battery ended up really, really big. So what happened? Also, I'm gonna like put all those items inside of the fucking container so that they don't keep filling my thing. So we're gonna say, hey, while spawned is less than 15, can we say like let mute annoying because I have to be like inventory manager.spawn. So it needs to be like up here. So before we spawn the empty bottle or anything, we have to be like, hey, so you can get you can create an inventory, and then we can say like, so it's item container equals not commands.spawn because it's annoying. We have to be like s.spawn. S.commands. Apparently not. Do you not? Am I not allowed to access this? Yeah, apparently not. Inventory manager. You have commands. I'm allowed to touch your commands, right? Sounds wrong. I'm allowed to touch your commands, correct? Where the fuck was I? It was up here. So it's not S apparently. So test inventory dot. I can access your commands, but I can't access S's commands, which is the inventory. Okay, whatever. Dot spawn, and this is going to be called. It's going to be like name. Random items. This is different to the fill items. Must be new. So we have items, right? And then item container is here, which means that so annoying. Every time I do something like bottle, I have to feel like .id. Then we go test inventory dot commands dot entity item no, entity is bottle.insert child of item container. The other ones, it should be easier because the other ones are in like a for loop. So your test inventory spawn item at, so this is the empty bottle. E. Again, you become E. Then we remove bottle, which is, I guess, fine. And then test inventory, insert kill. Honestly, I don't think I do that anymore, so I don't think this is at all necessary. Inventory, test inventory, spawn at. R. So, again, we need to go to like match R. This does make me feel like the correct thing to do is actually return the entity commands, not the fucking entity itself. Just because that would make it so much easier to like do modifications. Anyway, so you would become E, and then we would say, you know, item container E. So the only items that aren't going to go in there is going to be the fucking test bottles because I can't be bothered unwrapping all their results. So I'm building a grid-based inventory management system as like a plugin because I intend to we'll open up Steam. Usually I have it open while I'm doing it, but nobody's asked recently. So Neo Scavenger is a game that came out started developing like 2012, and then like last update was 2017, and it's clunky as hell because it's written in Flash 13 up here. And I've decided I want to remake it, but obviously I don't own the assets because 2014 apparently. Didn't they copyright? So continue. I don't own the rights to the game, so I can't release the assets or anything. So instead, I'm going to like try and rebuild the systems as plugins that other people can use, so I can open source and release those. And then like, I guess make a way like if you own the game, you can run a script that'll extract the assets or something in such a way, and then I'll build the game out of my plugin. So if you want to make a game that has this kind of inventory system, like where it's a grid-based, so you can like move things around, you can rotate them. There's also like sub-inventories, so like you'll notice that the pants have the torch and the batteries in them. So the idea is that like I want to build an inventory system like this that I can then use to build a modern remake of this game, and then expand upon it even further. So at the moment, the way that this works is like you can't. If I put this down, there's like no way to get into that inventory without like you can put it in your hand to get access to inventory, or you can wear it, but like you can't open an inventory while it's in here. So there's like a box. You can't like get things out of the box. You have to equip them. So I'm just trying to like fix some of the things that I can find really clunky about the game, like the fact that I'm holding the sleeping bag, but if I put it on the ground, put the sleeping bag on the ground, the temperature goes up because it's on the ground, which means that if you're trying to move and you don't have enough clothes to be warm, and you're carrying a sleeping bag, you have to keep putting it on the ground every time you end your turn, or it doesn't count towards your temperature. So I'm going to fix bugs like that. And so I'm just working on the inventory system. So like it's a grid-based system. At the moment, I'm trying to make it so you can actually like pick things up. And it's all like modular, so that like you can declare the shape and size of these items in a file and the image. They have issues. They have a lot of issues. Apparently, I cannot access the control panel. It's annoying. Yeah, so it's just a way of me being able to work on like rebuilding a game that I like to play, but is really clunky because it's just old tech. In a way that I can also open source, so I don't have to worry about like, okay, why are you so big? I hope that explanation was good enough. But today I'm working on the inventory system. Is short and simple of that, I guess. It's so annoying. Why are they so big? I suspect they're big because this item doesn't get given a specific size. Like the parent's just set to auto. The parent being auto when we spawn, not the item node. Yeah, when I spawn this in, I set this to grid and I set the tracks up, but I don't set the size, the style. So why are you so? You set these to size, and you set them to pixel size, which ironically I could set them to something other than pixel size. Why? Where am I going wrong? Where am I going wrong? The annoying thing is that every time I pick something up, it's putting it on top of my. Oh, there we go. Okay, now you're on top. This inspector's weird that sometimes it's not on top. Now I can actually fucking go in here, as you see the bottles that I didn't move. Items, this has all the fucking items in it. Okay, so fill. So items and fill. Fill is just the like all the lighters and phone batteries and shit. Because yeah, where is it? Where is it? Cursor slot. What the hell is your fucking issue? So you're saying that the image is 10 by 10. Node. Your percentage is 100 by 100. Why is your percentage set to 100 by 100? Did I set your percentage to 100 by 100? Possibly I set your percentage. Who is setting your percentage width? This is for each, this is the node here. Width is equal to pixels. Size, max, size, min. Where the fuck are you getting percentage from? Who is setting your percentage? Oh, I bet it's you setting your percentage. Because I'm inserting it onto the wrong thing. Okay, that makes sense. So we want to maybe go to our interactions here and say, yeah. So we spawn this in, and then we want to go somewhere down here. Help. Please do not do this. I suspect what is going wrong is that we are, in fact, spawning. We're inserting the item onto ourselves. And inserting the item onto ourself is then setting our size to 100% by 100%, which is then making us fill the screen. And then the battery is getting set to 200% by 200%, which makes the battery twice the size we are, which is quite ironic, to be honest. So now if I pick it up, well, it just doesn't turn up at all. But I think that's actually because, again, everything's turned like 180 degrees. Like if I pick, I can't pick up another item. Yeah. So we go here, we go like you, and go, hello. What size do you happen to be? Name, node, you. Right. Your size is auto, and apparently your width and height is 10 by 10. Okay. Why can I not see you then? Yeah, front end is just a real pain in the ass because graphics is one of those things that you can look at it and know that it's wrong, but not know how to fix it. I spent like the first hour of the stream trying to get it so that when you rotate the items, because the easy way, the way that this game does it, and I'm not against this, is that like when you pick up an item, it rotates from 0, 0, but like you notice how like the scope's the right way up and pointing to the right. If I rotate it, it's like now it's pointing down. Like that makes sense. Like it's rotating clockwise. But then you do this. It's like now it's pointing backwards, but it's back out to the right again. And I'm like, I didn't want that. But that's the easy way. Like the math on that one isn't actually hard because it's you only need to offset it by a very known amount. Like when it's like this is the only time you need to change it. When it's like this, it's like well, it's just 0 again. Like so the offset 0. But like I want it to be that when you rotate it 180 degrees like this, it actually points back the other way. And it took me last stream. Who knows how many hours I sank into it. And then this stream, even at the start, like I basically started again, worked out, just so that like the image lined up to where it was, because you could see like the hole, because I was like, that's why the inventory is filled with like batteries, is because it was like impossible to know where it was supposed to be. So I did it that like it fills the inventory with batteries and then lighters after spawning a bunch of random items so that you could see the holes where the items were supposed to be and if they weren't lined up, and then had to work out the math so that they end up in the right location. But yeah, the fact that like the math was all correct because the back end stuff where it's like it was placing items where I expected items to be placed and like all that was working. But because as soon as you try to render it, you know it's wrong immediately when it's wrong. It's so much harder to do front end stuff to like because it's just intuitively it's wrong, but like how the fuck do I fix the math? I don't remember how I even did it. It's like you had to subtract the like half the width of the height or something, or like the width when you rotate it, and then you have to divide it by the new height, then subtract that so that it's in the right spot. And it's all in percentage, which is even more confusing. But that's partly because I want like the game engine to automatically lay things out. It saves me having to do a bunch of like math all the time. Instead, I can just do the math right at the beginning and specify the parents' grid size, and then all the children are just like 100, 200, 300%. Ooh. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, no. Is it possible to do the like automatically like calculate what the smaller mobile screen should look like so that you can just tweak the big one until they're like, yeah, that's what I want it to look like, and then have the little one do it? Or is it one of those things where they're like, oh no, they have to have special custom shaped? Yeah, CSS out of most things, CSS is pretty nice to work with, especially because like unlike compiled languages, you can just change it and see what it does. Like you don't have to rewrite the fucking entire recompile. Like every time I made a change, I had to wait like 30 seconds for it to recompile to see if that was actually the right change. Hence, I've got this like editor and stuff so that I can move it to the right spot, write down what it is and what it should be, and then go like do the math like in my editor, like pen and paper in like the IDE to work out like to check the math without needing to recompile, because every time I recompiled, it was like it took ages, and then I had to, because the items are randomized each time. It's like you didn't necessarily have the same item in the same spot to know if it was wrong. To changing them to a hamburger. Yeah. It is always one of those annoying things when someone else is like, this is what I want it to look like, and then every time you're like, yeah, this, and they know. Admittedly, never really worked for someone in that kind of regard, but I did have a like I made a project for my neighbor, and it's that annoying thing of like, I'm like, hey, what do you want, like, what do you want it to look like, or what do you want it to do? And they're like, oh, just whatever you think. And they're like, okay, what about this? I'm like, oh, no, I don't like that. It's like you give no direction, but except what you don't want, which, fair enough, they didn't actually really know. And I was doing it like, I'm like, oh, this would be cool. I want to, do my programming skills. But it was just one of those things of like, they're like, oh, well, I don't really know what I want it to do. And it's like, well, do you want to know this information? Because it was about like, I didn't even know what information needed to be displayed. So I was like, okay, I'll collect like everything and then like ask them this and that. The issue is the more information you need to collect, the more information they needed to like enter into their little like the UI to submit to my server to give back to them later. So it became now like, how do I make it flexible enough that like they could set something, submit it, change one thing, submit it, and like keep all the stuff, and then they could change something and have like a completely different layout. It was kind of cool, but also like really annoying because I didn't know enough at the time to make good architecture, so it was just getting like in my own way a lot. But that's what learning's about. Yay! So I have picked up the battery. What is wrong? Why can I not see? So your grid and your positioned here. So I want to go like pixels. Also, can I go like, what is your background color? Okay, so your background color is hidden. So I need to not have your background color hidden. Also, why has this one got alpha? Who knows? That's interesting. So you, okay. And then I think it's because it's upside down or something. Percentage. No, pixels. Where is it? Where the fuck are you? Okay, global UI transform. You are like in the middle of the screen. I assume. I actually have no fucking idea where it is. It's at like 2000, which puts it somewhere like behind that one, I guess. So that's so annoying. Where are you? I can't see you. I need to make you bigger, maybe. It's got a background color that's really bright. Node. Alright, make you bigger. Yeah. Okay, well, that's part of the issue. If the background color is the same as the fucking thing, completely covered by the pixel. But it's there. Okay, who set your margins then? You piece of shit. You shouldn't be there. Your position is relative. If I say your position to absolute. Okay, something, it's bouncing off one of these, I think, might be what's happening. Unless my margins are all auto. Yeah, margins shouldn't all be auto. Pixels 0, pixels 0, pixels 0, pixels 0. All right, margin needs to all be zeros is what I'm concluding. Where am I setting that? Oh yeah. I mean, 2011 is not too old of the web to be like, at least you have something to work with. This person, I was going to do their website as well, and that thing was from like 1998 or maybe. It was one of those, and they didn't know how it was hosted or anything. Like, and I didn't know enough to be like, oh, I can just host it for you. So it was like, they're like, this is our current website. It's like, do you have access to the pictures so I could like at least use the same image? No. Someone else used to host it, and the website still works, and they still have access to like the emails, but they don't actually have access to the server because someone else was hosting it, and they're just like effectively paying for this account that they don't know the password to, I guess. Again, they could have got access to it. It was just one of those weird things of like, I'm just trying to help them, and the last thing you want to do is change the password if the actual other person that's doing it actually is still maintaining it. Is kick them out and then have it just kind of ruined. Anyway, back onto this. Getting distracted by shit happening on my phone in front of me. So we need to set up the margins to that. So who the fuck is setting the margins to auto? Is it me? I'm assuming it's me when I insert the rendering. So node renderer. We don't care about the node renderer. Well, maybe we do care about the node renderer. What the fuck is doing this? So you require node, which is fine. You also require nothing, apparently. Okay. Where am I doing this? So rendered inventory. Which one of you fuckers is doing this? So rendered inventory. Something is setting it to auto. Val auto. There's only like 2 places in the entire thing that I set val auto, which is in the example, which we don't care about, inventory node. I assume somehow I'm inserting inventory node onto U. And inventory node is setting that to auto, which is annoying because like it's kind of the correct behavior, but also no, not the correct behavior. Alright, I want you to require node, but not be auto, because honestly, annoying. I would rather it be in the top left corner than centered the screen. I wonder if I'd done more CSS and HTML stuff, I would have such issues with fucking Bevy's Flexbox implementation, because I'm pretty sure it's the same as HTML. Yeah, okay, so that's annoying because I'm no longer defaulting to that. I need to tell the specifically the UI test inventory, the larger inventory, which I believe is this one with its style. Yeah, so this is the new test inventory. So we say render inventory, test inventory. So this one we push 50-50. This one we did. Okay, so again, where's your closing parentheses? So we need to give you, because again, we need to be like node, and then so I don't care about that. I want to say margin UI auto and then default everything. Yeah, there is that, but again, to me, that's the opposite. The shitty thing about graphics programming is that you can see the mistakes that you're making. Like, you know what I mean? Like you know when something is, which is a pro and a con, but it's like the idea is, like this, for example, is that technically this is 0, 0. This is positive. This is positive, which I despise because for me, 0, 0 is always here. Like the bottom left corner is always 0, 0, and this is always up, like positive, positive. This is like math, like mentally, like math is always X, Y, 0, like, you know, and if you go to the right, you're going up, and if you're going up, Y is up. But because of the way that the graphics is done, this is 0, 0, and then this is positive, positive, is like this corner is positive, positive. Which means that technically in my code, this here actually goes this way in terms of like in my mental mapping, but visually it goes this way. It doesn't make any difference except that when I spawn it in, I keep flipping shit in my head because I'm going, oh, it's going up when it should be going down. I was like, no, actually it's just not going down far enough, because like, again, if this is 0, in my code, it's like it's actually rendering here, but the visuals is here, which means that actually the 0 position ends up being there, which I don't know if that's what's happening at the moment. No. So at the moment, it's like this is 0, 0 and going down because I've got it right. But in my head, it was like, this is 0, 0 because it's closer to there. So that's the base point. But like in my head, it's like, this is the base point and it's going up. And so, yeah. It's a weird thing of like, again, like graphics, you know that it's wrong. The math, it's like I wrote a bunch of tests and I knew that the math was correct, but I just had no idea how to convert between the 2 coordinate spaces. So like you can't just leave it alone because it works with graphics. Because if it doesn't look right, it doesn't look right. It doesn't fucking matter if it's actually like mathematically correct. All right. So the item got added to our inventory, which is correct, I believe. So, I guess the next thing to do is to do some kind of thing, because each of these inventories needs to know, I guess, like what inventory is rendering them. That would be an interesting thing, is to have each of these inventories know what it's doing. I just see, hopefully, a lot of 200 okay responses and nothing else. Yeah, exactly. It's that's my thing. Like, again, but CSVs, it's like you can write a bit of code that passes the CSV and be like, well, it's spitting out the right answers, but then it's like when you go to draw them and you're like, fuck, the X and the Y is flipped or something. Like, it doesn't matter for the math, but it does for the visuals. So like you end up with this thing about like visuals. There's so much more intuition, this just feels wrong with visuals. Like the same as a lot of my code. My code basically treats the center of a square as like this is 0, 0, is right in the center of the square, but the actual rendering all treats it as the fucking top right corner, which for me actually doesn't really matter, except that I had to do a bunch of things like where this torch, when I flip this torch 180 degrees, which means it's pointing up instead of down, you need to subtract 1, because if it's here and you flip it, like you still want this square to be the same square, because otherwise it has to rotate the thing. Yeah, I've done some embedded, and I agree. Like the thing with embedded is that you want to start at a high enough abstraction layer that you stop having to fuck with it. Like I'm currently in the middle of writing a Bevy application where it basically hosts a tiny OS, so that I don't have to fuck around with the fact that like I need this pin. And it's like, but like then I have to declare this pin right at the start and store it. So it's like, no, I want a tiny OS that I can say, hey, I want this pin. And then the tiny OS can set like one bit that says, yes, that pin's available, and no, that pin's not available, rather than me having to be like, I have to declare absolutely everything. Because I found a really cool crate called Embassy that lets you do like async stuff with your Pico and write Rust. The issue with it is that everything has to be async, and I'm like, but I don't want everything to be async, and you have to like pass things in when you go or have mutexes to them. I'm like, this is terrible. I want to use Bevy. The issue is that like now you have to keep everything it's like, and Bevy has a bunch of things about being multi-threaded that don't apply, because at the moment, like theoretically the Pico has 2 cores and I can multi-thread it, but it's like at the moment that's just getting in my way because I'm never going to multi-thread like until I get this tiny OS set up, and now I have to make my own like real-time operating system. Or it's not real-time. It's at the moment, it's a cooperative operating system, and it's not even that. Technically, each task finishes, and then like we run through each task one at a time, which means that you can't wait for I/O, because if you spend ages waiting for I/O, then you're blocking everything else from running. So I need to make it like actually be able to have multiple tasks running, and basically the most you can do is ask the CPU to sleep. That's all the operating system has at the moment, is one syscode, and it says it's called sleep, and it just checks the current time and how long you're asked to sleep for, and configures the hardware timer so effectively it uses less power to sleep. And it was just, you can do this at any point because technically you have access to the timer, and you can access the timer immutably anywhere, which means that theoretically you can at any point put the fucking whole thing to sleep. The issue with that is you would effectively pause everything else from being able to run. Obviously nothing's parallel at the moment. Nothing, like it doesn't even do like cooperative, or like this one's asleep so this one can run. You have to do that through an operating system, because if you put the chip to sleep while something else would be happy to run, the chip's gone to sleep, so you can't even check. So I need to do cooperative operating system. Cooperative would work, where effectively like you say to a task, you can run until you're done, but if that task wants to sleep, it gives it back to the operating system. The operating system picks someone else to run, which is all well and good. The other one that it needs to do, the other one's like preemptive, I believe, which is like every millisecond you, as the operating system, snatch back control and work out if someone else has like more rights, and if someone else has permission, like if someone else should be running, then you run them instead of the one that was currently running. But I haven't worked it all out yet. I'm trying to architect it, and honestly just keep getting distracted doing other shit. But it's definitely easier, especially with something like Bevy, to like abstract that layer away, because as soon as you get that one layer higher, then now to do things like SPI, instead of having to have all these fucking interfaces, and I can just call for the SPI bus And then I'm like, well, I know nobody else has the bus because this system's running. And if this system's running, then nothing else could possibly have the bus. So I do need to work that one layer up of if you request the bus, because at the moment you can only request the bus mutably because it's impossible to access it non-mutably, which kind of makes sense. I want to have it two different ways. I want to have it that you can call the operating system to say, hey, do this transaction when the bus is free, which would be that like you could basically effectively request an immutable version and you just sort of queue your transactions to go through when there's time, and then have a mutable version that's saying, hey, I need to actually do back and forth talking, which means that I may need to stop and then start a new transaction to read the response, because a lot of chips are like that, where when you're talking to them, it's like you have to request something and then the next request they'll send it back, which is weird. It's usually IC squared does that instead. So it's like you have to be like, I need to make sure that I'm the only person calling this thing, so you can like, the way the operating system would be like is if you request it mutably, then you have exclusive access. If you request it immutably, then like you could technically still mutate it. You still have mutable access to it, but but the assumption is that there is no persistent state. So like the idea is that with the like SPI, every time you use the SPI, you kind of expected to configure the SPI, like the speed and the baud rate and all that, and that all gets set. So my thinking is like, if you access it mutably, then you're effectively saying configure it at the beginning of your system, and then you can use it however you like, and it will never be reconfigured because you're the only person allowed to touch it until the end of your system. Whereas if you have it immutably, it's saying every time you try to use this, you have to reconfigure it because you can't guarantee that someone else hasn't reconfigured it. Like the IC squared sets the address of that it's talking to, and so like that's set in a register, and it's like, so if someone else wants to talk to a different chip, then they may overwrite that. They may overwrite the address. Whereas if you have it mutably, then you don't have to worry about someone overwriting your address because that like the address is set. You set it, and then the next time you call it, it's like, well, you already know it's set because you're the one that set it. So I got to settle that kind of stuff up, but it's kind of fun. It's also a pain in the ass at the same time. Anyway, what was I doing? Weird stuff. So I've picked something up, but for some reason that said something doesn't appear. And I believe the reason that said something, so let's check out inventory. I need to also make like a proper inspector for this so that like they actually get names. Because they have names, it just doesn't show the names because this is just the default inspector. So in my inventory right now, I have actually got the correct inventory. I also need some kind of recursive flag so that it actually spawns like the sub-inventories. But these don't have sub-inventories at the moment anyway. Like technically it should have a sub-inventory because one of these is its sub-inventory, which actually may have been dropped when I picked it up, which is kind of funny. No, because the item itself holds the sub-inventory. Yeah, cool. That's fine. So it just means that the inventory up here can't render a sub-inventory, which is fine. Right. So this item is there. It is rotated 180 degrees, which is fine. I don't actually care about that rotation. Now, why is it not visible? It's probably because we don't have any kind of logic checking to see like who needs to be updated. So we have our cursor slot, and then the cursor slot doesn't actually have any children, is my guess. No, it has one child, and that child is got a background color apparently. Let's set that and go. Okay, no, can't see it. No, does it have an image? It does have an image. Oh, that's this. Okay, so that's the texture. Right, and then you should be like absolute or something, I believe. If I go to your grid, it's kind of funny. So we need to like go get node. So if I make you wider, okay, you just make more copies of yourself. That's cool. Okay, I don't mind that. That's all well and good. Yeah, so this is just the background node. Like this is the slots that the inventory has, which somehow I need to set your color to being like transparent, which is like the any slot. The idea being that like I don't actually want you to see this slot because it's an any slot, whereas the other slots, you can give them theoretically give them a color to say what like type of item can go into them, which is good to know. Okay, so okay, so the big trick here is that, so we're spawning that secondary thing. I never checked to see if its spot was absolute, but anyway, when we add an item to our inventory, like when we pick up an item, so it's interaction somewhere like here. Yeah, hold the item. So the idea here is that we say something like let current entity equals self.entity. So this is the cursor, and then we say, hey, if you've got node rendering turned on, don't insert. We say with child, with child. Right. So then you spawn in a rendered item which has a self node renderer item node current entity. I don't think that's correct, but anyway, item node. Current entity feels incorrect because current entity item node current entity is saying render the maybe it is, yeah. Maybe that may actually be correct. I also feel like this is actually, no, this is definitely the wrong way of doing it, because this is effectively saying I want to manually do it. So current entity is saying that this item, super node, item node, the item node is pointing at this entity as to parent, like this is where it looks to see what inventory it's supposed to be rendering, like for style and stuff like that. So this is the wrong way of doing it, in that this is explicitly stating it's the inventory cursor's responsibility to make sure that new items added to the inventory are rendered, which is not how I want it to work. But I kind of just need to make sure that it works. Hey, it actually added an inventory item. Annoyingly, it's rendering in front of stuff, but okay. So then we go, like, pop this open, go cursor slot, go node. Oh no, go pixels. Oh, look, there's the item. So the item is now actually ending up in the bag. Again, this should be invisible because of said reasons. I also don't know why you've got an offset like that, but so adding the item. Oh, because I bet your position is an absolute. Because I bet I'm doing that manually. So next is to go, if I add an item to an inventory, it should automatically do that. So my thinking is that rendered inventory, where the fuck that is, wherever the fuck rendered inventory. So this points to the slots. I don't know if that's necessary anymore. The slots was a way of being able to like propagate down. But anyway, rendered inventory. Yeah, this feels wrong. Anyway, when I call rendered inventory, you should, I believe, be immutable, which I believe you actually are because it's a requirement of this. So we then want to go like component. I'm curious if I can make it mutable. Unsupported attribute. What the fuck is the supported attribute? Immutable. So you yell at this because you're saying type mismatch resolve. Computer mutability is mutable type. Okay, so it's saying that this one has to be mutable, which is interesting. Right, that's fine. So it's the rendered slot that needs to be mutable. So you need a I don't like that you're mutable. I also don't think that the relationship. Anyway, doesn't matter. So we need an on add equals self on add. So we're adding the on add because this is going to be the way of basically checking and going, hey, like you just told me to render this inventory. So this is going to be interesting because effectively we're going to make a relationship where the actual resource holds the information like about who's rendering it, which may not be the best way of targeting an inventory. But I guess it's the only way of doing this at the moment because of like the way that I'm set this up. So we can be like mute world, which is a deferred world, and a CTX, which is a hook context. Right. So we need to import this. Right. So deferred world being a world that we can mutate without mutating. It's weird. So you can access it mutably, but it has rules about not being able to change the shape of the ECS. So you can't like add components, and I don't believe you can remove resources. So you have to do it. Like you can mutate the world, but it has to be done in a way that like meets the certain conditions. So you can always access components, apparently mutably, which I guess makes sense. So the idea being that like any of your changes, does it queue changes? I don't think it does. I think it says unsafe world. The idea being that like if you access like a component, if it exists, you can access it. But you can't remove it because that might break something else's attempt to access it later. So you're not allowed to. It's like you're not allowed to change the shape of the ECS. World reference that disallows structural ECS changes. This includes initialization of resources, registering components, or spawning entities. So you're not allowed to make a new entity. This means that the order, in order to add entities, for example, you still need to use commands. So you need to queue them up to go later. So it's just a way of stopping you from changing a world in a particular way that would violate the rules, so they can give you broader access to things by effectively saying, except these conditions, you have access to everything. So then we say, let mute inventories equals world dot get resource mute assets inventory. So we're going to get all of the inventories mutably. Then they say like let some mute. Actually, I don't even need that. I think it's just some inventory equals inventories get. No, okay. So we need to get our self, which is the rendered inventory. So let target equals world dot get render inventory ctx dot entity dot expect this is render inventories on add. Okay, so basically it has to exist, and then like dot into. So it's going to tell me that it doesn't know what the type is, but we're just going to say that the type is an asset ID to an inventory. Then we have to say inventories dot get target, like dot, because we can't access the world mutably. So we have to do this first. We have to get the target, then access the inventories, then get the specific inventory mutably. We have to get it mutably. Mute. Right. So we get the inventory mutably. Failed to get inventory. Failed to find inventory or render. Okay. So then we say inventory dot add renderer. Okay, I feel like this is an interesting way of doing this. I'm not entirely sure if it's the best way of doing this, but we're going to say rendering, which is just going to be a hash set of entities like that. And then again, inventory is getting way too many little functions that need to be split up into like little, like into modules or something, just so it's easier to find them. Add renderer. Right. So this just says that this particular entity is targeting it to be rendered. I think some of our functions are going to be broken. So first off, new with slots, we need to modify and say let mute unnamed inventory add slot return inventory. So you need a name, which also needs to into string like that. Right. So you need to call new. You need to import. So new with slots is just a helper way to get to here, which then means we can go, hey, new. Can we say rendering is just a default hash map? Like so. Fun thing about that is it's going to make it easier to work out like where certain things are as well. Now, why are you complaining? Because somewhere up here we declare an inventory, which is create inventory. Inventory descriptor. Damn. New with slots. How do I give you a name? That's annoying. Can we just say string new? I feel like something is whoever calls that is probably renaming it, so I'm just going to give them string new because that should be fairly cheap. Because new, if you call string new, it doesn't allocate until you actually try to use it. So calling string new and then immediately replacing it with an actual like string does nothing effectively, because well, it's just as cheap because you basically get a pointer with a capacity of 0. You don't allocate anything, which is the same size as getting a pointer with a capacity like, you know, it's the same. The allocation's the expensive part, I guess. That's the way of saying that. All right. So this now means that each inventory, right, is going to tell. Whoop! I just closed it. God damn it. Each inventory will tell me like what is rendering it. So like this inventory should have a thing. So this is the cursor inventory saying that it's being rendered by entity 87, which apparently I can kill, which is kind of funny. Then we're going to come down here. I'm going to say, okay, so there's lots of items in this inventory, and it's being rendered by 517, 518 are the two entities that are rendering you. So effectively, each inventory knows what inventories are rendering it, which means that we get to do fun stuff. Like, this is interaction, node renderer, not here. So this is spawning inventory window, which apparently doesn't need to be mutable because we never use it. What the fuck? Oh no, because we consume it entirely. So because it's being consumed, it doesn't. All right. So this spawns inventory windows, which is that it added an inventory node. Well, that doesn't seem right. Oh, this is the node renderer, sorry. Yeah, that does actually make sense. Sure. Spawn inventory window. So this is in the node renderer. So we want to go here and we want to go, okay. So this is a rendered inventory. So I guess the question becomes, this is a rendered inventory. Again, the sprite renderer does nothing at the moment. So maybe not the best thing to do. Okay, so this spawns spawn inventory node. Okay, so this is on add, and then we need to have a update inventory node. Right, so this needs to like read for events. Which is interesting. So we need new events or changes. Which would be a query. Oh no, it's not a query, it's a message reader for asset events inventory. Right. Does not okay, so this will get us all over. So this all happens pre-update. So I guess that's fine. I guess I actually probably want this happening in update, because then like pre-update is spawn the inventory and update the inventory, and then update the image scale and update the image nodes happens the next frame after things have had a chance to spawn. So we want to spawn inventory, and then we want to and then in update, like so. In updates when we want to do this. I think. I don't know if it's necessarily that critical. Maybe it is. I don't know. Because the thing is that because of the way that this works, this will spawn the stuff. And this will update any things that have changed. And then this will set the image scale, and the issue being that if they happen in the same thing, then you end up with some issues where we end up like a frame behind, maybe. My annoyance is that spawning the inventory the same frame the inventory was added would cause issues. But anyway, so there are changes, and then we're going to say inventories. Which inventory node. So inventory node is literally just a marker that marks the root of an inventory, is my assumption, maybe. So we need to go inventories. So the inventory node, and then the inventory node, I believe, is going to have the rendered inventory. So we're going to say, I guess like populated, because populated is a way of being like, I can read the events, but guarantee not really. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, this could guarantee that things have actually been spawned in. But the issue with that is it'll hit even if it's not. So I guess this is just a query. We actually want it to be a query because otherwise we may succeed the first time but then fail the next time. So we need to say that we need access to the rendered inventory, which tells us exactly what inventory you are rendering. Even that's not necessarily entirely required. So the thing with that is we would also need the slot node. So the slot node doesn't really do anything. I feel like the slot node should know like what it is, like what the slot type it represents is, but I haven't quite got there yet. So mute changes, message reader. So we can detect the changes. We can access the specific inventory that this one is, but we don't actually need that because we are going to use this to know. So we need inventories. We'll just call it assets, which is res assets inventory. So that will let us get all the inventories we like, the actual data that's changed. The issue I'm seeing with this is that there's a rendered inventory. So this tells me the slots. Now theoretically, that would then let me look up. Okay, so we're going to say like slots. If they're spawning correctly, it's not a. Well, okay, wait, no. Rendered slot tells me the inventory that the entity came from and the slot type, which is fine, because that's actually like what we care about, maybe, potentially. So we have a rendered slot, because you will have the slots that are rendering you. So these are targeting you, and then you tell me which one of these you're targeting, which lets us get the slot. So we can work out what slots are missing. So we need to go like for message in changes. Right. Does that work? You are not an iterator. Dot read. Right. So this will tell us all of the messages. Then we can like match. Well, actually, it's more like what are the asset events? I'm pretty sure it's like added, modified, removed, unused, loaded with dependencies. So added we don't care about because that should get caught by the new. Modified we do care about. Removed we don't care about. All right, so it's like let modified else continue, right? So again, we'll like denote some stuff, but like I only care about modified events, added and removed events should be handled and spawned by spawn and despawn systems. Okay, right. So this gives us the inventory that's changed. We can then do something like let some inventory equal assets dot get. So my guess is it has to exist. Dot expect it was just modified. I don't know if this is true though, because I think you could probably fire. Yeah, no, almost certainly. Receive modified event for inventory asset that is not currently loaded. I'm almost certain that you can modify it, then remove it, and that would fire 2 subsequent events. But then you would try and get the inventory for the modify, but it's actually been removed because removed after. So we're going to say get the inventory that was modified. Now, I do feel like maybe the inventory needs to keep track of something like different types of modification, but again, a bit weird because like adding a new inventory that renders this inventory shouldn't cause all the other inventories to need to be checked, but it's a little bit of extra work to make sure that that doesn't fire a modified event. I think it's possible because all you would do is when we add an inventory, we just make sure that we access it without modifying the underlying inventory. So yeah, I guess. So next is to go get the inventory that was modified. Right, then we say for rendering in inventory dot render rendering windows. I don't know. I don't know what to call these functions to make it like clear to other people. So anyway, we have to go to inventory and we have to go, okay, so pub windows. So this self-rendering cloned, this just returns a iterator of entities that target this specific inventory. Okay, so the fun thing about this is, well, we can effectively check to make sure that the inventory is out of date, but I kind of want to panic if it ever gets to that state. Where were we? We were in rendering, node rendering, item rendering. No, it's mod here. So, yep. So we have the inventory that's being rendered. So this is the rendering. So this returns, like this is every entity that's being rendered. So we're going to say let, okay, root equals inventory. Right. So render nodes, inventory nodes. So I guess this is also with inventory node. So the with inventory node is being that like don't fuck with the sprites because, well, I guess it will also fuck with the sprites, but the idea is that the sprites should be doing their own thing. So inventory nodes query render. So this should be like a rendered slot with slot node. So again, the idea being that like I don't want it touching the sprites if sprites exist. So you can, in theory, have a sprite and an UI node on the same window, and it shouldn't break anything because it's like it won't touch the other one. It just like it won't check. Okay, so we say let root, and then this is inventory underscore nodes dot get rendering else. So I'm going to leave it here as a warning, but in theory, to do don't warn or to do don't warn as this is just the case when sprite sprite and node are both used. Right, but I'm going to leave it as a warn now, because theoretically if you get to a warn while I'm not actually testing both, then it doesn't make sense. Anyway, so let OK root. So this is the rendered inventory. This is why I'm thinking that you should just be an inventory. You should just be the handle to the inventory, and then it should actually be that the inventory node should have the slots, and then the slot nodes, because at the moment they're doing both, but the issue with doing both is that like there's gonna be a bunch of slots that I have to skip because of the fact that like they're actually the other type. So making it like this is just a marker and this is just a marker, whereas this actually holds the different types of data so that you can have two sets of each. But anyway, so we're gonna go. All right, so this is our actual inventory. Like this is the root, and then we're gonna say for slot in. Okay. This is the annoying thing, is that I kind of want to go. We effectively need to keep all the slots. Something like how do I do this? So we need to be like, so we need the inventory. The inventory to window is just all the entities that the window that this particular inventory has. So we need to say let mute need equals hash set new, and then let mute remove equals the, not a hash set remove, it needs to be root dot slots dot I guess edit clone dot collect into a hash set. Let's bring that in, please. Can we like replace with use path? So the way this is going to kind of work is that need. I guess needs going to do the same thing. It's going to be inventory dot slots dot wait what? No, it's not slots. Well, it is slots dot. So I need to like map it to be like k and I don't care, and return. Yeah. I guess we could keep the shape. And then keyless clone. And then be like collect. And get into a hash map underscore. Right, not a hash map, hash set. Hash set. Right. So this is all the slots, all the types that the slot can be, inventory slots. And then so this is the ones it needs, which is all of them at the moment. And then these are the ones that need to be removed, which is all of the children at the moment. And then we go for slot in root dot iter. Right. So this is for each of the root slots. We go let OK slot equals slots get slot, else failed to get slot node component for entity, which while updating inventory node. Yeah, okay. So then we can do the same thing. To do remove don't warn, as this is just the case when sprites and nodes are both used. Right. So effectively try and get the slot, skip it otherwise. Then we say, oh, okay. So don't remove the ones that aren't removed. So remove dot remove, and that would be slot. What? Oh, dereference. No. What? I have to make you like slot E, and then again remove slot E. Why are you saying that I'm not allowed to do this? Oh, because, okay, never mind. You need to be a reference to be able to be done like that, right? Maybe, I think. Yeah, okay, so we get the rendered slot. So we iterate through all the slots that point to the root, all the render slots that point to the root. We then say, hey, is this actually a slot that has a slot node? If not, we remove it from the remove list because it implies that it's actually like a child that's supposed to be there, but like it's a child that we're not in charge of. Otherwise, we go down to here and we say, if need dot remove slot dot cell type, then remove dot remove. Damn it! It does need to be called like slot E, because otherwise that slot conflicts. So slot entity. Right. So we're iterating through and we're going, so this is the list of all of the slots that need to exist when we're done. So we're saying, hey, need remove. So if we actually need to add this slot and we already got this slot, remove it. It doesn't exist anymore. Technically, I should probably put that in like an update thing, being like, we need to check to make sure its size is correct. Maybe. I don't actually know. Probably. Okay. So be like let new update. Sure. Update can be a vector. So we say, hey, if you remove this, can you also say update.push that? Right. So we remove it. Do you actually, you just return a boolean? Yeah. Okay. So we put it into update because it's saying, hey, this entity already exists, but it may be a different size now. So we're gonna update its size, but it's no longer a needed because this is needed to spawn. So if we remove it from the needed to spawn, then it means that we've only got one copy of it. If it was never in the needed to spawn, basically like if it's not part of the inventory anymore, then it would never get removed. Then it's not in this list. Which means we never remove it from the remove list, which means when we get to the end of this loop, the remove list should only contain the entities that are slots but aren't needed. And then the update list is all the slots that are needed, all the slots that were needed but existed, and then the need list will be all the slots that are needed but don't exist. So spawn these ones, update these ones, and remove these ones, since the remove list contains all of them at the beginning. Okay, so I should really comment that somewhere. So this is going to be like, if it's not ours, don't kill it. If we need this slot, make it mark it for updating so we can update its size. Remove it from the removal list so we don't delete it. Right. If we need the slot, okay. If we need the slot, mark remove it from the toSpawn list. All right. So we get to here. So the first thing to do is delete remove spots, apparently. Or slot in remove, despawning and remove slot to do add some kind of despawn. Okay, shut up. We don't apparently have access to commands, new commands. Right. So we need to be like commands dot entity slot dot despawn. Right. Okay, despawning slot entity from removed slot in inventory asset slot ID. Tada. Okay, despawning remove slot. Okay, so we remove everything that needs to be removed. For slot in update, warm. No, let's do info. Updating slot. No. You update the slot, which I don't think is actually going to do anything at the moment because I don't actually know what we'd have to do. Like, because theoretically there's a whole bunch of things like, yeah, I don't know. There's things we need to do to update a slot, but they basically boils down to when we spawn it, we do something to it, correct? I believe. So, yeah, when we spawn the slot in, because apparently we also set the max size of the parent. Interesting. I don't know how much I trust that. But anyway, so what do? We give it a slot node. We set its node, and we set its grid. Right. So size.x, size.y. So we kind of need to do this, but it's more like we need to iterate through each thing. So it's more like well, I guess then we would need to keep track of what the slot was. I mean, we could always look it back up, but that seems a little bit like inefficient. Anyway, so this is all we need to kind of do. So theoretically, because when it was spawned, which means it already exists, I guess we need this anyway. So we're going to copy this. Oh, we need to update all sorts of stuff, don't we? Because it's like the position and the orientation and the rotation. I mean, we need that, and also the slot clone, right? Something like that. Which means that we now have the entity and then the cell type. So we don't need to insert the slot type again, because again, we know it exists. We probably don't need to insert that again, because we know it exists. All right, so fine. We'll do that last. We're going to go for new in need. So this is the new cell types, which means that we should be able to go something along the lines of let some, well, not even. Let node equal root dot get slot. No, that's wrong. Not root, it's inventory. Inventory dot get shape. No. Get field. That seems wrong. Slot. So we'd have to iterate through slots again, but that's not how that's going to work. We're going to say, okay, too much stuff in here. Get slot. This will return a shape. Can we just do that? Thank you. So we want to say get slot, and then new. So because none of this is mutable, we theoretically don't actually need to clone this. We can just do that. And then we can just go, hey, like you've got this, and then you got that, and then we can be like expect we just checked and it existed. Right, so then we have the node. So let node, yep, now we have your shape. And then I guess we need this. So we paste this in. Oh, uncommented this out. There we go. Okay. So tab that nice and indented. Maybe one less than that. Okay. So this is a slot node. It has a node. I don't know where this size came from. That must have been something we were right. So go back up to when we spawned it and we say, hey node. So the real trick would be to make sure that because the annoying thing I think is that I'm setting the parent size according to basically the biggest that the node ever got, which to a certain extent is annoying. Because like we would be like mute. Why do you please stop mute node like this. So we'd have the new node mutably. We're gonna leave it like this for now. But the idea is that for new in new need let node get slot. Right, we can. Apparently we didn't copy that. What the fuck? So I feel like I need to get the min-max size thing going again, which would be like, hey, so like here somewhere. Right. So obviously we don't care about it after we don't care about the ones we're deleting. We get the new stuff and we go, okay, so size and then take the min, the max of the size. So I guess you're not called, no, you're called shape apparently, shape. Right, so your shape is the size dot bound size, and then, okay, so we need the style to be able to do this properly. Okay, so styles, which is an inventory styler, and the inventory styler just takes in, I believe it's whoever we're doing. So this would be the inventory styler, I believe. Like that's the entity that we pass in. So we're going to go like, when you get to here, because this is when we actually need the inventory, so we're going to let style equal styler get style for that particular inventory. Now, interestingly, I feel like actually the inventory itself should be the one that gets the style attached to it, but I don't know. I feel like it's getting a little bit out of hand. So then we get your min maximum size, and then we say size max, size min. So I feel like this should be done in its own place because I'm currently doing it twice in that we spawn ones, but then we also update ones. So I feel like we could stick this somewhere else and have it automatically do it anyway. So it needs a slot, it needs a node. The node's size is size.x, its height is size.y, and then its span is this and this. I feel like we immediately overwrite this somewhere, but maybe not. Okay, then you're a child of rendering, like so. You're -1, so that you're always behind, and then your rendered slot. The inventory that you're targeting is rendering. Okay, and then your slot style is wherever this slot type is, which is new. Well, I guess it kind of does need to be cloned then, because to get to there, we need to effectively own it. Okay. Well, I guess, no, you can clone it down here, because that means that we can, like, not clone it until it's absolutely necessary. So, what are you called? You're just called new. New clone. Right, so this should then spawn the new slots, which weirdly is going to require us to test this. We would need to actually like intentionally add an inventory slot type. But anyway, the other option is to say that fuck it, you can't resize an inventory once it's been spawned in, but that seems backwards. So let shape equal inventory get slots expect. We just checked and it existed. So you need to do this, which is to effectively say update the maximum size. So slot and cell. Right, so you don't need to do a bunch of this stuff because it should already exist. So the idea is that we should be able to pass in cell. Now, weirdly, cell, I'm not sure if I'm going to be allowed to do this, but cell doesn't actually need to be cloned. I assume that I'm not allowed to do this. Like this. I assume I'm not allowed to do that, but maybe we can. So you shouldn't matter because you should already be the correct child. Your Z index should also already be correct. We're not going to spawn. We're going to say entity is slot and then dot insert. So again, don't need a slot node. You can insert the node to update its size. You can insert the image style cell icon clone. Sure. I don't know if that matters. Image mode is node mode tiled like this. And then the render slot, again, shouldn't have changed. So you don't have to insert that. So this should mean that if we effectively do some kind of weird thing, which I guess what we'll do is we'll modify it so that when we add a item to the inventory, apparently we never mutate the node. Right, yeah. So down here we have access to the node. And then we have to do the whole like node size. Yep, node height is size. Right, because you're immutable. Yeah, it's cool. So mute get mute. Right, which will give us a mutable thing, which means we need to make it immutable. Right. So that lets us overwrite the node's width and the node's height to being the size max minus size min and size max minus size min. Yeah, minus min because it means if it's negative. Yeah, okay. So that should set that to the correct size, and then apparently we need to go through and fucking do all the items next, but we're not going to do that. To do update items as well. The answer is fuck you. Update items as well. The items should be fairly straightforward because you effectively no, where would the items even be? Anyway, ignoring that for now. I think you'd have to like double redirect it to go through the items and then come back up. But anyway, this is just going to be me checking to make sure. Wait, what? Struct impl shape is more private than struct. What the fuck do you mean? Where did you pull this shape from then? What are you complaining about? Okay. Why are you complaining? You're complaining because inventory shape, hub use shape, use crate. What the fuck? I believe it's this one because it's saying, hey, this is used twice because it was getting it through there and it was just for some reason I was double reusing it. Anyway, so that results in that. So when we well, I guess we should probably make sure that we are running this right. Unused variable styler. I don't know where you're pulling that from, but okay. So to do update items as well, you're using everything apparently, and I believe you're queued up to be used, which is good. Don't know why you're doing that. Anyway. Okay, so we run the inventory system and we work out if this inventory system is going to actually spawn in the inventory system. So we work out to make sure it's not just going to like crash or maybe like indefinitely recurse when trying to spawn an inventory. It should tell us what it's doing. My concern is that it's going to access an inventory immutably and then access an inventory immutably again. Like, nope, it didn't. Right. So yeah, my concern was that it was going to somehow trigger a mutation of an inventory when it tried to render the inventory, which would then cause it to try and render the inventory again. It did fuck up this because it's not rendering the right size slots, but that's fine. Honestly, do not care anymore. So why did you fuck up those slots, to be honest? Failed to spawn item, yeah, it doesn't fit. Okay, despawning slot from removed inventory slot in item asset. Despawning slot. So you despawned a bunch of shit for some reason. Not entirely sure why you thought it necessary to despawn all these slots. It should have only been like one slot, maybe. Yeah, I don't know where these extra slots came from. Anyway. Okay, so it seems to have not crashed, which is, I guess, the ideal thing. So next we're going to just do some little hacky shit where we're going to go to wherever our like interaction. I feel like interaction shouldn't be under rendering because interactions can happen without rendering. It's the like mouse clicking. This is the try pickup. No, even try pickup. Try pickup's the one that should stay. It's the pickup. Yeah, okay. Anyway, so spawn cursor slot. Okay, on hold. So I want you to not do this. So when we pick up an item, it should actually trigger the thing. Right, so we can drop the inventory here. But what I want you to do, what was it? So I want you to do something stupid, which is like self.inventory. So okay, so it drops the inventory there. So no, this inventory, right? Because that's the actual inventory commands. Yeah, okay. So inventory. Yeah, on inventory. Dot add slot. Right, so we want to add a new type of slot, which is going to be a cell type, untyped, and it's going to be a shape. It needs to be like 3 by 3. So the idea is that this is going to add an entirely new slot. Now, because the slots, I believe, are hash map, means that adding it again won't cause any issues. So the idea is that the first time I pick up an item, it should spawn an even larger inventory. Because it's 0, 0, 3 by 3. And Windows Defender decided that is not allowed. Congratulations, Windows Defender. You're garbage. So the primary reason for doing this I just want to, I guess, make sure that when I pick up an item, it actually is redrawing the slots. Yeah. So it redrew it. Yeah, put that on. Cool. So it did in fact redraw, and because we modified that inventory, it redrew this. There's probably what's breaking that inventory. Maybe I don't know. Something's breaking that inventory. Anyway, I don't. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what's breaking that inventory. Something for sure is breaking that inventory. It's probably that I'm inserting something on top, maybe. Where is the fucking thing? I don't know. I feel like it shouldn't be you that's doing it anyway. So we don't need to do this now, but that does mean that effectively, you can also get rid of the drop inventory. By my estimate, what the fuck is happening? This is an inventory node, slot node. So I don't know what your issue is. You're not getting called somehow, maybe? So it's added. Yeah, I suspect that's what's happening is we're reinserting. Oh no, you're not even reinserting. You're just changing it, aren't you? Ah, you suck. Okay, well, that's a pretty easy fix. Because we're, wherever we're doing it. No, it's not new, because new should catch it and actually spawn the new one. The issue is that nothing new is being spawned. It's you overwrite the node and the image and the stretch. Well, actually, I don't need to do that, because again, if it exists, then theoretically it's the same style. And if it's the same style, then brain. If it's the same style, then there's no need to update the image, because the image will be correct, because the again, the style hasn't changed. We're just updating the size, because the size could have changed, which means that, hey, you're now the right size, which means that also, hey, when I pick this up, like, yeah, okay. So that was just like I was adding too much. All I need to do is reinsert the size, which in theory you could actually just like, do we even get it? No, he's literally like, we just look at what the slot was. Like I could look it up and actually like update the node, but I feel like reinserting it's just as easy. Well, maybe not, because it does imply that like if I have other things set, I'm going to overwrite them. But anyway, for now, I don't care. So next is to check for items. So the items in an inventory, that's the annoying thing, isn't it? Does the inventory at any point know what items it's rendering? Possibly. I really need to piss, so I'm probably going to be back in a minute. I'm just trying to clear this thought out of my head first. To do update items as well. So we effectively need to somehow know what items are currently this inventory. So this only tells me the slots, and then the rendered slot tells me only the slot and the inventory that it's rendering. So there's a rendered item, I believe, is another thing. The issue with the rendered item is we have to basically go through each item, because the inventory knows what items are in it. And we need to look at the things that are rendering that item, but then we would need to like look at their parent to work out if they're being rendered by this window. So when we do this, how do I keep track of that? So I think I just put you as a child, so of the entity itself. So item node targets here. So we could look up, because again, it runs into that annoying thing. I'm going to run with the assumption that you're not going to move an item in an inventory. Because you'd have to keep track of what was changed, which is kind of annoying. So the item node lets me know what the root was. The item node lets me know U. The rendered item lets me know the item. So theoretically, we could iterate through every item, because we only know what items are in this thing, and also the window that is rendering that thing. So we can go through every item, find the rendering items, follow that back to get this to work out if it's the entity that we're currently targeting. This feels like a really like slow way of doing it. Like we're going to basically traverse two sets of things. Now the other thing that go is like, hey, any chance that no? We could just do that. We could just make a relationship between item node. That would be the fucking smarter way of doing it, is to effectively go, because we know what the item was in the inventory. Right, we know, yeah, we know. The inventory has the entity of the item, and if we could follow, like if this had a back propagation to all of its item nodes, then we could go through each item node, checking its rendered item to determine if it's rendering that thing, and then we can just set that. But we don't need to set that. We only need to set the ones that are missing. Like if it can't find it, spawn a new one. Okay. I'm going to copy this as like a reference thing. I'm going to go piss, and then we're going to implement that. So something like. All right, I'll be back. Okay, so back at it. So what do we have to do? Like, let's just do it like our to do. So we need to like add relationship between item nodes and item node, right? Because that'll let us do our back propagation. We can then like iter item nodes iter item nodes. Nope. Can you stop, please? Get rendered item from item node. So we get the rendered item from the node. We okay. So actually at the top here, get make hash set of all make set of all items in the inventory. Right. So get the rendered item from item nodes. Remove from set the item. Oh, I'm doing it in like a way. Okay. Remove from set if not in set flag to be removed. Because I'm going to assume that you're not going. There's no reason you couldn't, but like this is going to run with the logic of if the item. Well, because in theory, like, oh no, because the fucking entry thing. Maybe. So I'm thinking like if you move an item from like one place in the inventory to another place in the inventory, this obviously won't find it because it's just checking to make sure that the item's being rendered. But I feel like it would be faster if you were moving an item just from A to B to yeah, I feel like it needs to trigger a specific thing because at the moment I'm going, hey, if the inventory gets modified, but that does result in you having to scan the entire fucking inventory every fucking time. Which I honestly don't care, but so mark set of all items in the inventory. Iter item nodes, get rendered item from item nodes. Remove from set of items. If not in set, flag to be despawned. Right. Despawn flagged item nodes. For all items still in set, spawn new item node. Okay, so we need to add the relationship between item nodes and item node. So item node, and then we go pub struct item nodes. Vector entity. So can we derive? Can you derive component, please? And also default. And then I want to say relationship target rendered item. No, not rendered item. Item node. Like this. Relationship. Expected relationship target. Okay. Oh, fine. Was that the right way? Apparently. I feel like that's not the right way, but anyway. We have to find one of the other ones. So the relationship target, which is the rendered item. Rendering item. So the target is the vector. Okay. I guess that is the right way then. Okay. So I don't know why I'm allowed to have this as being public, but it's probably because it marks the component as immutable. Okay, so this is done. Now, what this is also going to have done, because of the way that works, is that this is the rendered inventory. We have its node. We also have the item nodes. Now it's saying that it has a similarly defined name. So no, you need to go Oh, well, yes. But like it's going to be pub. Fine, pub use all of them. I don't care. Right, so we have our item nodes, and then we're going to say node, and then items. Does that. Right, so these are our items. Okay, so make a set of all the items. So we need to go like this, and then go, no, let new items equals inventory items map. So your entity entry. So I'm going to say keys.cloned because I really don't care about having to deal with references to everything. Okay, so back to our thing. We go, okay, so this is all the items. Don't do that. Don't do that. It's dot item entities. All right, so now we have all the items. Okay. So for item in, did we overwrite this item? Okay. Item nodes. Item nodes. Right. Dot iter. Right. So we have an entity. We have you. So we need to do something that's like items query what am I doing? Rendering item. No, it's rendered item. Rendered item. Something like that. Rendered item. Damn it. Real? It's always it's so hard to name this shit. Okay. No, it's gonna be item nodes. Like that. Render nodes. No, so we have our rendered item. So we say this is our item, which is our item node. Then we say let OK rendering target equals render node dot get item else failed to get render item component for entity when updating the inventory. Okay. So these are all the items that need to be okay. So we get this. We say items dot remove target item. Okay, so this is remove already existing items from the set. Despawn, remove, to remove, right. So you get the item, and then we say Hmm. Right, that's the idea of the. Okay, so. To remove dot push item. Right. So this is the iter all the nodes. Get the rendered item for the item node. Okay. Remove already existing items from the set. If not in set. If not in set, flag to be despawned. Theoretically, I could probably just do that in place, but anyway. Despawn flagged items. Okay, so for items into despawn, despawning item, entity item. Despawn. Okay. For all items still in set, spawn new item node. Alright, so for new in items. Now, annoyingly, we have to be like let shape equal inventory dot get shape. New. New. Well, we should probably just panic because again, this is like implying that like somehow we ended up with entities. So expect new items should all definitely be in inventory. The idea of doing expects everywhere is more that like I want it to crash if I do something wrong. So let shape equal. So this is how we declare. So for item in shape in inventory. So again, we run the assumption that you can't, like, you're not just going to pick up an item and move it, when therefore like the position of the item is unlikely to change. So we then go command spawn. Okay. So we get the shape. I'm going to say, hey, okay, so you are going to spawn the rendering because that's the root, I believe. Then the rendered item is item new. The node is then going to be shape.offset y and shape.offset x. And then it's a child of rendering. Okay, so that should, for all items still in the set, this feels like a really terrible way of doing this, mostly because I feel like I should only be updating like either you or you. Like I shouldn't be doing this bit. I feel like this should be taken care of by the adding rendered item. Since you're a slot for that thing, so like by grabbing these two, you could look it up and find what this is supposed to be. But anyway, so theoretically, when I run this, it should despawn it from the main inventory, which I think is something I'm already currently doing with the other one. I'm not sure how I do it. I think I did despawn descendants, but see this inventory asset index modified but failed to find render inventory component for. It's what I was worried about. It's getting stuck. Like something is causing it while it's trying to update the inventory is causing it to re-render the inventory. Anyway, let's see if we pick this up. Did it spawn the corresponding component? Probably not, because it's probably, by the looks of things, it's getting stuck in a goddamn loop. Cursor slot. Do you now have a new child? No. So it's, yeah, it's not doing it properly. What the hell are you getting stuck doing? Modify failed. But failed to find render inventory component for entity 79. Who the fuck is entity 79? Why are you trying to... So something's accessing this inventory multiple times. Okay, first off, I want to get to here and I want to say info. Info, please. Processing modified inventory event. Because what's annoying me is that, like, it only seemed to start doing this after I started doing every item, but I feel like it was actually doing it every frame last time as well, but it's just when you start touching the items that it actually gets stuck. Like, something, I think, is modifying the inventory every single frame. Yeah, probably, actually. You know what it'll be, is that every time... So it's processing the inventory a whole bunch and it's okay, which is all the other... So every inventory is getting modified every single frame. Wait, why is every inventory getting... Who the fuck is touching the inventories immediately every single frame? Do I have... There's like a thing you can do... Somewhere, I'm sure I saw it. Like, it was like a location or something. So this only has the asset IDs, which means that this does... Like, there's no way to know who fired that. Asset event. Inventory. So when I called read... I don't think... Like... I'm trying to work out if there's a way to... I know some way that I remember seeing it because I was like, oh, that'd be interesting. Because it tells you, like, who modified the inventory. But you have to turn on a feature to get even have access to it. I've completely forgot where I was supposed to be here. So read. So read only returns the event. So but like read. So I wonder if the with message ID tells me where it came from. Read with ID. Par read. Read with ID. Clear is empty. Okay. So read with ID. This returns me a message iterator with ID. So message reader cursor, chain iterator, message iterator, iterator, message iterator, unread. Okay. So you return, okay, message and ID. Now the question is, this ID, what do you contain? Caller, which is a maybe location. Okay. What's the feature that I have to enable? T. Maybe location. T sized location. So we have to have the track location feature turned on. So I want to say something like when you get to here, processing modified event for inventory asset. We can call you MID. So I want to say ID and MID, because this will tell me who had the audacity to change it, but I do need to turn on the feature. Where did it go? MID.caller. Right, yeah. So maybe location, and maybe location, static size location, which is track location. Right, I have copied you. I'm going to go to my features, dev dependencies. So features is default, and also track location. So track location being on should mean that when I run this now, it's going to tell me who called the function. And when it calls me, it tells me who called the location. So it's effectively, I don't know how well that's going to work in that, like, I don't think it's me that's modifying it, but I don't know how far up the list it'll track it in terms of, presumably, if we set the opacity right of like the call trace or whatever, whenever it tracks the location, it should use the location of like the person that called the modification. Otherwise, it's always going to be the same place. It's going to be where Bevy sent the message. Whereas like that doesn't work very well. I guess like it works for everything, but like not this kind of thing. Also, I don't know if my fucking internet's holding up. It's dropped 2% of frames. That's fine. Keep seeing the stream buffering, which annoys me. Yeah, so the idea is that hopefully it'll tell me like where I trigger the modification, and therefore I can work out like which of these, because the other one is to go res mute assets inventory. There's only like these places. These are the only places that it could possibly be, because you access it immutably, so it can't be you. You access it immutably, which is removed from inventory, which is on remove, which again shouldn't be triggering. You access it immutably, but you don't actually do anything with it. But again, it's like now theoretically it's everywhere this is used could possibly be a route. Grabbing this mutably, I don't think would do it, but maybe. I doubt it though, because it's almost certainly triggered when you actually touch a specific thing. Hence, it's called when I pull it out, which means that it'll be called every time I call open inventory, but I don't call open inventory that often. Like something's calling open inventory every frame, so it can't be any of those. So here is on add rendered inventory. So unless we're sticking a rendered inventory in every single frame, which we shouldn't be, because again, the rendered inventory holds an actual reference to the inventory. All right, so we're going to stop this. And we're going to go, okay. So message. So apparently just printing that doesn't work, which is annoying. Where is it? Oh. So do I have to debug print you? It won't take as long this time because it doesn't need to recompile like all of Bevy to track the location through. So something's accessing the assets mutably every single frame. Oh, damn it. I thought I had a crash, which would be like a really interesting thing, but no. Just the fucking virus scanner again being like, nope, you're not allowed to do that. All right. So again, it's just specifying the fucking message a million times. Now, I'm curious if I said caller then. Because the caller should, at this point, definitely contain something, because I've got the feature turned on to trigger it. The source code file that triggered this location. Now, I just, for some reason, have this nagging feeling that is almost certainly going to not be doing it. Okay, wait. See, this is what I expected. Of course it's fucking ECS and messages. Line 300. 304. Okay. It says track caller. So from what I understand, extend. Message E, extend E for message E. Extend. It says track caller, which I would assume would mean that this call there, but again, apparently it's just where it fucking return the source location of the caller of this function. This function caller is annotated that it okay. If the caller of this function is annotated that its call location will be returned, and so on up the stack to the first call with a not tracked function body. Okay, hence track caller means that when you call this, it should not be returning here. Okay, the ECS 1.8 messages.rs. Line 304, column 21. Where's my cursor thing? 20. So like here, like right here. Yep, 25. So this should not be here. It should be fucking whoever called this. This is not the fucking location it should be returning. Wait, processing modified. Okay, maybe location. Phantom data location. Location is location. File. So it's, for one, just not working properly. It shouldn't be saying here, because self.message.extend. This is supposed to track the fucking location. Of the caller of this function, because tracking here doesn't make any sense. Anyway, I don't think anything I fucking got calls extend, or not that type of extend at least. Yeah, this is other. Yeah, no, this is all different stuff. So what the fuck is accessing the inventory immutably? And what is it? What is doing it every frame is more. That's the more annoying part. Something's doing it every frame. So I guess the trick is it just something I've got running? So this spawns the two render inventories. So if I just say neither of those run, when I run the example, because I feel like it's something that's stuck in a perpetual loop where I'm accessing a thing that's triggering some kind of, oh, it changed, which is triggering something to access it mutably, which is triggering something to go, oh, it changed. Okay, the end of that one is no. It is being triggered every single frame, regardless if I'm trying to render it or not. And every single inventory is being accessed mutably, every single frame. Okay. Which I guess is partly to do with fucking you doing that. What could possibly be accessing the inventories every single frame? Okay, so there's like two places that touch this. So, assets, inventory. Right, these are all the places that I touch the assets. So we can error. Remove from inventory. This should not be called, but again, I'm going to do that. The idea is that anywhere I touch it mutably, so you don't touch it mutably, so it can't possibly be you. You touch it mutably, so I'm going to put an error above you. Everywhere that you get used, so I just like copy you, because everywhere you're used, technically I could access it mutably. Same thing here. Everywhere you're used, we'll track you down later. You aren't mutable. You're mutable. Okay. So this is the same thing. Error. Right. Again, you're the only thing that touches it fucking mutably. You get it mutably, which will trigger a modified. My annoyance is that I feel like something may be recursively calling. Like if we're reinserting that every single frame, it doesn't make sense to be doing that. But again, find doesn't do it. Cursive. I suspect it's when I so you're immutable. You're mutable. So again, I'm gonna say like error. But no, it's not gonna be you because you're from world. You should literally be unequaled once. So not even gonna bother. Okay. So next is to go back to wherever the hell this is. That's it. Okay, so somewhere. Process modified event. Where are we doing this? This is in like here. I need you to not spam the console. The hell is that? That's got to be in like not noded. Okay, rendered node. Yeah. So that's this. So if I don't spam this, well, the annoying thing is if I don't spam that into the console, if it's this that's doing it, I don't think this could be doing it though because this doesn't touch anything mutably. Do you have the cursor? No, you don't touch anything mutably. I've got a phone call to take. Okay, so I don't think like the only thing I can think is that like I don't open the inventory every fucking time. It's yeah, I don't know. So the only thing is if I don't print that it's doing it every time, then I guess whatever's touching it is going to be triggering it as well. I was thinking if you go print every time, then like as it before, it's like you don't know that it's broken. Okay, let's hope we can actually get back to something without people constantly fucking doing phone call fucking roulette. Where call me because they can't call someone else and call the other person. Anyway, so inventory asset failed, but failed to find it. Okay, so this is saying that nothing is. Okay. So the answer is fuck you. Nothing is updating the inventory. My assumption is that something is pulling the inventory out. So this is the inventory manager. So maybe inventory manager. So when we open an inventory, can I be all like error? Opened inventory. Okay, go down here. Yeah, like ID.
Are you finished here?
Okay, this will tell me if it's something every frame calling open inventory. Can't imagine it would be, but that would be something that could trig modified because when we open the inventory, we actually remove the untracked, which annoyingly still calls modified. It just doesn't call. It doesn't call remove, as opposed to remove, which would be like, hey, we could push remove. The fuck else pushes the? Okay, so it's not open inventory that's getting called every time. The annoying thing is I don't know how to set up like a constructor for my something's accessing something. God, fuck it. But it can't be you. Like, okay, so working from here, inventory manager. You called create inventory. So that like theoretically create inventory could fucking be doing it, but I doubt it. Because again, nothing calls create inventory outside of this. This is only called to spawn right at the beginning. This is also called spawn right at the beginning. Pub use inventory manager, add inventory manager. Function, pub, fucking. I think anything in here. This just exports inventory manager. This is the inventory manager. This is also the inventory manager. This, okay. The inventory cursor, which also again accesses the inventory manager. It's a little bit annoying. So honestly, the cursor is the only thing I can think that would be accessing everything every fucking frame. Anything that added an inventory node, but we know it's not open because otherwise it would be printing open every fucking frame, and it's not. So it's not open that's doing it. My only thing is that it has to be that, but nothing is touching that. What is doing this? Like it's not open inventory, because open inventory would be throwing an arrow. Open inventory, unless I didn't save that. But like, something was calling open inventory every single fucking time. So annoying. But it's not something calling open inventory every single frame. It's something is taking the fucking inventory every single frame. Something's touching it. Again, I know it can't be open inventory, because open inventory would print that it's doing something every frame. My only thing is that like somehow I'm constructing something. Ah. I bet. It's the fucking... It'll be you, won't it? Where are you? Where are you, piece of shit? Gonna be like up here. It's going to be the inspector. Asset inspector plugin. The fucking asset inspector will be reading the assets every single frame, and I bet it's not bypassing change detection, which means that it's triggering a modified every single time it fucking reads the asset. Yes. Okay. So, annoyingly, we have to... okay, so... that annoys me to no end, but we're going to go here, I guess, maybe, and be like, can we add a new feature, which is the EGUI inspector, which is going to then require the EGUI inspector, like this. It's going to go here. We can make it no longer a dev dependency, but we're going to go here. We're going to say that its version is, I don't know, and it's optional. And optional equals true. Thank you. I don't know why it's failing now. Then it's like, yep. Are gonna work now? No. I'm assuming you're telling me that failed to load manifest from dependency poly. Yes, what are you saying though? Because I need to change these to fucking hyphens. And are you gonna work now? Okay, so EGUI inspector is now an optional thing that you can turn on. I guess we don't need to call it EGUI, we can just call it inspector. Right. So my thinking is we want to go, because it's in like that quick thing, we can go like lib, and we can go config feature, not rendering, inspector, and then we go pub mod EGUI inspector. Okay, that's getting annoying. So I guess we want to put the inspector as one of the defaults, which I don't like doing, but anyway. Okay, then we have the EGI inspector, like so. So, what you would then need right, basic inventory. So this is UI inventory, which means that you're going to need things like node rendering, maybe it's a little weird. Yeah, Bevy inspector. So you should now work because it's part of you. So quick and an asset inspector plugin. What does the asset inspector plugin do? Boxed condition. Okay, weird. So when we call default, you say mutex new none. Asset inspector plugin. Run if mutex sum boxed new condition. Okay. Build. Check plugins. Default inspector call plugins. Add default inspector config. Conditions. System. asset inspector UI dot config. Conditions system run if dyn conditions add EGUI primary context pass system. By asset and reflect world EGUI context world query filter EGI context primary context. Okay. EGI window new primary title is pretty title name. Default size show context UI EGUI scroll bar both show UI Bevy inspector as UI for asset a world UI allocate space its size. UI for asset. Get resource asset server. One. Type registry world resource type registry. Let some asset world restricted worldview new split off resource typed. Okay. Non-existent resource. Pretty name asset. Okay. Assets, enemy collect. Oh, there's your fucking issue. Assets sort by. Collapsing handle. New. ID sol ID. From Bevy type registry context. There's your fucking issue. It iterates through every single one of them fucking mutably. Which makes some sense in that, like, it accesses them fucking mutably. But is there like an iter mute? No. You need to be like changed, bypass change detection, perhaps. Can't do it. Dense storage in a mute. One of these fuckers. One of these is detecting. Well, it's either detecting it there or it's because I think it's just returning an iter mute to assets. I was gonna close all these and then like re-go into here. So we have the asset inspector UI, which does this, which UI allocate space does all that. Okay, UI from assets. Okay. Resource restricted worldview, new, split off resource type. Create a context that with access to the world except for the resource. Okay. It's got to be this iter mute that does it. I can maybe not, but like I can't imagine that it's not. So my assumption is that if I go to you and I go to when you call next, you say so for I in entity in dense match entity none continue some self queued push modified. I hate that. I hate that so much. my curiosity is, can I UI from resource? UI from all assets. Display all reflectable assets. That's all reflectable assets. UI from asset. Display all assets of a specific type. Q apply world. So it's this iter mute that fucks it, because apparently this iterator, when you iterate through, forces modified. I hate it. There is a way, I believe, to get it mute, like unchecked, but maybe not. We should just check, because like I was thinking I could probably copy paste it out or something to do it myself, but I have a suspicion that it's gonna pull some kind of level of like you can't do it because we have to go back to like here. We'll go like here, I guess. Can I be like self dot inventory assets dot get mute untracked? So, okay, it is in fact possible to do it, which, if anything, annoys me even more, because it means I'm going to have to like copy paste like all the inspector shit just to get the inspector to work, and then I guess I can trim it down once we've got that far. That's so annoying. So, what the fuck do? You do this weird like run if stuff. Right, system. Asset inspector. Filtered query inspector plugin. Filtered query inspector plugin. I don't care. We want asset inspector plugin. Right. So with that, so we're going to just copy this and move this into here and paste this. And then we're going to go, so fine. Import, sure. Whatever the fuck boxed condition is. Marker A. So this is going to be the inventory inspector plugin. That means we can get rid of A because it doesn't actually have like any generics. Run if M. Okay, so now we have to import this and this. That's all fine. So again, A plugin reflect, this is all been changed. Now I don't know where this check plugin came from. So create prelude inventory, right? So I don't know, again, I don't know where the check plugin came from. And then we're just going to import everything. Asset inspector UI. So somewhere this came from somewhere. So this is probably Bevy EGUI. Okay, so the pretty name is going to be inventory asset inspector. Default size, I don't know where that came from. Again, you don't need that. You need the world. So what this is telling me is I should probably bring in the Bevy prelude. Use Bevy prelude, thank you. Okay, so that should like fix a lot of these issues. Primary EGUI context, we can import that and also import that. I don't know where this default size comes from. Again, this is Bevy inspector EGUI. Right. Don't know where this Bevy inspector comes from. Bevy inspector, like that. So we have to go back to the inspector, click, and go, where the hell are you pulling this default size from? Okay, we're just going to copy that and paste that at the top because, again, I just want to get this working effectively exactly the same. Pretty quick asset inspector UI. No. Okay, that came from somewhere else then. So again, back up to here. Back down to here and be like, world inspector. No, so this is the something. The resource inspector plugin. Let's get rid of that bit. So go here and go like, what the fuck is this check plugins and where does this come from? Apparently that's not even the right thing, so he's going to go down to asset inspector. Okay, asset inspector. So I don't think this is public, so kind of weird. But all right. So again, copy this, paste it at the bottom, just to make it work. Bevy app. Your app, please. Thank you. Okay. So now I'm gonna go back up and deal like asset inspector EGUI. Oh, right, this doesn't have a generic because the asset inspector is down here. Right. So everything appears to be working except apparently this take system isn't. Why can I not take? So take. Why does take work here but not take work there? I'm assuming because some condition system run if dying. Condition. So why are you complaining? I'm assuming because this doesn't have some. Can we say that this doesn't exist? I think that's like a way of making it like hide the thing. I don't know. So the fact that we've effectively copied like one for one what's happening means I should be able to come up here and I should be able to go here and say poly inventory EGUI inspector inventory inspector plugin default. Right, so now when I run this, it's going to go back to fucking spamming it every single frame. But I now have the control of actually being able to configure this UI assets thing. So we can like go here, we can copy it, and then we can modify it so that it doesn't. UI allocate space, available space. So display all assets of the specified type. So we have to copy that, then come back to here and put this at the bottom. So it's literally just this that I'm pretty sure we need to fix. So EGUI inspector, EGUI inspector.
Are the tickets away?
Like so. I don't know where this restricted world view comes from, so we're just going to import that. Assets, inventory. So I think we can bring in our prelude, and that should let us like. That should let us do a lot of this weird stuff. So can we import this? What? I read that. Can I undo that? Can I? I need to work out where you're getting your pretty name from. Annoyingly, apparently I was too quick, and I managed to fucking defeat the. Right. Where did you get your pretty name from? So you do this, which then calls this, which calls pretty name. Where is pretty name coming from? It is public. So it's Bevy inspector EGI utils. Okay. Bevy. No, utils. Anyone? No, I'm sure it was just called utils. Quick. No. What the fuck? Utils. It's public. What? Oh, it's Bevy inspector. Maybe. No. Pretty name type is private. What do you mean it's fucking private? It doesn't seem very private here when it says it's public. It says pub. Bevy inspector EGI fucking wait, is utils private then? What do you mean? Lib is utils private? So it is. God damn it. Alright, I'm getting annoyed. Non-existent resource. Apparently this is a thing that I can call. Can we just pass in the string in assets inventory? Right, so you can fuck her up. Okay, so commands queue, which is again import this, and then context, which is like import context. Import this. Can I import that? No, apparently not. Collapsing handle, new handle name. Okay, so you have to go back to here, and then go. Where the hell are you pulling this from? Bevy inspector. But apparently this isn't public. So the answer is fuck you, I'll just copy paste it then. Okay. Inspector UI. So now I should be able to run this and get the result that I want. Because it should be doing all of the same stuff, I assume. I think it should be doing the same thing. Alright, so this is actually appearing, and I think that's actually the thing that I need. So now, if I could kindly tell it to fuck off and say like don't hit a mute, can you not? I need you to iterate through. Like, can you just iter? I don't even necessarily want to iterate through everything. You don't like this because UI env.ui from reflect from options. Okay. So do you return something like Boolean where your options can be inspector options for structs or enums with nested options? This field draws an inspector value with some options. So I assume that the option, like the return Boolean, is did it get modified? Possibly, I fucking don't know. But you're saying you need the asset mutably, but I'm saying you don't get the asset mutably. You will, but you don't. So assets sort by. It's got a little bit annoying. So is it IDs? Okay, so the IDs.collect, and then we sort by A, B, A comp B. I don't think we actually need to use sort by here because of the fact that like it's no longer a thing. But anyway, we're going to say iterate through fucking handle ID. And then we say, so this is the inspector UI from Bevy, registry and mutable context. So I think what I want to do is say something like, let asset equal. We have access to the thing, right? Because we're like assets. So I'm going to rename this to handles. Or I guess IDs maybe. Anyway. Right. So we're going to say asset get mute untracked ID. Dot expect. This is a list of all current IDs. Right. Like that. So when we get to here, let's say if can I say like one was true. So the idea is if it keeps spitting out was true, then it kind of defeats the whole thing because it means that even when I say UI from reflect, it's still going to do it. But I assume that that's only true when it was modified, hopefully, and then I can trigger the tracking then. I wonder if there's a read-only version that doesn't do this. UI from reflect with options. There might just be a read-only version. But you're still doing it. But why are you still doing it? Don't you fucking dare tell me that when you iterate through IDs, chain. No. So what do you return? You return IDs, which is an iterator of IDs, which is store, iterate, enumerate, field. Okay. That doesn't. Okay. Why is it still modifying them then? Right. Are you doing something to it? That's the real question. Right? Because I'm loading my version. Yeah, inventory inspector plugin. So without this inspector plugin, it doesn't do anything. So unless get mute untracked still fucking does it. Okay. So the next question, I guess, becomes how much of this do I have to lobotomize for it to not fucking trigger every single frame? So default So this is just doing this, and then so asset inspect UI. So check plugins. That obviously doesn't need to doing. So you get the context. You get the context cloned. Then you say something like asset inventory asset inspector, and then so this scroll show both. So because it's still using their one UI from assets, which now uses my one. Right, so that should fix it because instead of using their one, I'm using my one. We're apparently not using context because we're not actually going to render anything now because I want to go, if I get to here, am I somehow accidentally triggering it? I can't imagine I am. It's literally just that I was using their one. I was going down the chain and then using theirs. So, okay. Yeah, it's not spitting out every fucking time. Then we're going to do this and go. Now, there is a small issue with this, which is that if you do fuck with the inventory system, it will not detect that you fucked with the inventory system through the inspector, which honestly, do not care at this point. But what I want to know is, was true, is effectively like, if this returns, right, so it's not firing every single time, and I can do stuff. Now, I need to know when was true is fired. I need to stop maybe having such a big inventory. Anyway, if I come over here and I said, move your offset by 2, was true, was true. So when the value actually changes, like if I said 5, that fired was true. So this is my, we can say when you get to here, you can say assets, that assets dot, modified q get mute. So there's get mute unchecked, get or insert, get strong head. So I think we just get mute. Now you're yelling at me because of something like this, and we just say get mute and use get mute ID and handle ID. Handle ID. So I think it's going to complain because it can't borrow assets as mutable more than once at a time. So when we get to here, presumably we can drop asset, maybe. You're going to complain because apparently assets is okay. Fuck you then. So what we need to do is go, do you return? So when I say new show, collapsing response. So my assumption, you take in an F who returns R. Right. So that means that, what button am I fucking pressing? Page up, apparently. That is not the button I was trying to press. Okay. So we get rid of this. And we get rid of this. When you say, okay, so you return that, which then returns this, which means that I think I can say like if dot openness, body response, header response. Body returned. What the fuck? So show, which returns an R, which collapsed R. Body returned is optional R. Okay, if like let some, fine. If let some changed equals if what asset dot get mute handle ID. Okay. Reborrow the asset to market has changed. Good note, AI. Good note. So now it shouldn't just spew out that it's doing it all the time. But when I pick this up, it should fit item. Okay. Question. So inventory assets. So that tells me that you didn't trigger that. That's interesting. Like, it is triggering it, I guess, which is good. Which I guess another way to check that would be like, if I popped into here. Actually, I guess you're using absolute position, maybe? No, you're not. Which is kind of annoying, but anyway. It's interesting. Why am I not able to move that? Strange. Like, it's detecting that it got changed. Something about inventory asset, something like not appearing. But failed to find render inventory component for entity 78. Who the fuck is entity 78? Out of curiosity. 78 is the one that's rendering it. So who the fuck is 78 and why are they not working properly? Apparently you don't have the render inventory attached here, which is incorrect, but anyway. Where'd my render inventory go? There it is, render inventory. That's strange. Alright. Interesting. I guess we need to track down why exactly new inventories aren't rendering properly anymore. So inventory asset, so who the fuck said this? Fail, okay, modified, but failed to find a render inventory component on entity 78. Oh, it's probably because I told it it needed something more than just the thing. So render node, something like this. So this is spawning, which I don't care about, it's updating. I've told it that it needs an item nodes. Possible. Oh. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so what's happening there is that we're effectively saying you're only allowed to modify ones that already have with inventory node. Yeah, okay. Correct. Okay. So what's happening was we're saying if you don't actually have any items spawned, then you're not allowed to which is fun, because then we get to go down here and say, okay, so this is an optional item nodes, which means when we get to here, we say items and to remove, which gets the extra fun thing of being like if let sum item nodes equals item nodes set of all items currently rendered as a node. No. Okay. Right. So then you do to remove. And then you do like this, I think, maybe. Okay, can you indent this all in, please? Indent all the stuff underneath that goes under that. Wait a second, you go in one, you go in. So we do something like all item nodes, So items, we collect up all the items, and then we go, hey, if it's already got children, work out which ones of them need to be removed. Because in the process of working out which ones need to be removed, we will actually we'll clean this up. Theoretically, it doesn't even need this to remove vector, because when you add them here to remove.push, we can just delete it there, right? Like we can just say if not item remove, we can say commands.entity item dot despawn, and then we don't actually have to. So if you fail to remove the item, now my concern with this, which I guess is the same whether I store them in a vector or not, is that this is effectively saying that if somehow you try to remove the same item twice, it will, I guess it'll remove the second one, which is desirable anyway. Respawning item entered. Right. So this should now mean that it doesn't miss the inventory. Because what it was doing was it was going, if it doesn't have any children items, then it can't update the children items. But it was like, it wasn't checking to see if it had none. It was just saying, if you don't have any, then you can't possibly have any, which is incorrect. That's why it's like, so now it's like, hey, if it has some, check them, but otherwise just spawn them all. So that should mean that when I come over here and I say, like, pick this up, did it throw any errors? No. It appears to have tried to spawn, I guess. So we picked up the item. It didn't throw any errors. We should probably make it not throw errors when you open an inventory, but that's a different story. So we go this, and we go, you happen to have a, you're being rendered by 79, and you do actually have a bag. Right. I believe, yes. So that means that when I come over here, and we go cursor slot. We go, okay, so you have that node, but you didn't actually spawn the children. Why are you not spawning the children? Is I guess the more important question. So why did you not spawn the children? It didn't say anything about not spawning the children, so we're going to go to here. Why the fuck are my headphones doing this goddamn noise again? We need to info. After processing existing items, need to spawn new nodes for items, and then it tells me the items that made it. Okay. Inventory. Okay. So if I rerun this, fucking headphones are being crazy. What the fuck? Okay, so when I run this, it should tell me that it's trying to add additional items. I also need to find the like error open. It's open inventory asset. Can I make you a trace instead? Cool. Yeah, I honestly don't care. Right. After processing existing items, need to spawn new node for items. Jesus Christ. That is very much incorrect. Very much incorrect. Very much incorrect. So unbelievably incorrect. Why? Okay. Well, effectively what that's saying is it must have been modified like 4 times, which is kind of funny. Now, what's interesting about that is it tells me that I should probably do some kind of filtering to be like what actually needs to be modified, collect that into a hash map, or maybe do like a hash map of done. And then, so if you modify an inventory multiple times in the same frame, we don't like try and redraw it that many times, because that's what that appears to be, is that it's saying like, hey, this inventory got modified multiple times. So next we go pick this up, and you should have told me that clicked on entity 1 with item 100. So found fit by picked up item. So I believe it's because I remove it untracked that it's not detecting. So theoretically that would mean that if I came in here and just like move your position, hey, it spawned the fucking can in. Because I can actually move its position now, which is cool. So it spawned the canyon. So what it is that like when I modify an inventory, however I'm modifying the inventory, I am not tracking the position. So it's saying that after processing existing items, need to spawn new or items. This feels like it's probably running too many times. Honestly, I feel like the we could do an add, remove, create kind of thing. No, that seems stupid. Where the fuck is the rendering? Node rendering. Yeah, I just need it to maybe keep track of this. Okay, let mute done, which equals a hash set. Right. And then you go here and you say done dot insert ID. You go if, I guess technically put done at the bottom, but anyway, if done dot contains continue. That should at least get it to not fucking spit this out a half dozen times. After processing existing items, need to spawn new node for. So it kind of needs to say we need some kind of like not added. Because we updated the frame it was added, which implies that we also change, like if it was. Well, that's kind of annoying. Because what I would need to do, I guess, is we would say like let ID equal match message, and then you go modified continue added, which also has the ID, needs to maybe trace inventory was added this frame. Skipping. Skip update check. Right, and the way that this is going to work is we're just going to go. There needs to be a semicolon. You continue, but you also need to say that done dot insert. So the idea is that for whatever reason, which makes sense, I think it's when you add the inventory and then modify the inventory in the same frame, we're effectively saying you added the inventory. So even if you modified it this frame, the adding of the inventory should have spawned the inventory correctly. Therefore, there's no point going through and re-updating it, which should get rid of all of these because they're basically happening because we told it to spawn, and then the very next frame we told it to spawn again. In the very next frame, we told it to spawn again. I think we may have ended up spawning like 3 copies of this inventory. Alright. So inventory was added this frame. Skipping. Okay. Added component to entity with inventory asset. Why is this an error? Fucking who knows. So opening inventory asset. Now, my issue with the... Wait, we can get away with that because we can grab the inventory out unchecked. So that's one of these errors. So error, and then it was like adding, no, quote, adding. Right. So this is adding render inventory component to entity with inventory. So this goes in here and says, so get mute untracked. The key reason to do this untracked is that it means that when you add a render inventory, you don't trigger all the other rendering inventories which don't care to update, because you didn't actually update the inventory's contents. You updated the different inventories that are being tracked. Which, yeah, okay. Interesting. But then when I pick this up, it did it not detect that it added to the inventory? Inventory added this frame into... It's still not picking it up, which is found that picked up. I mean, inventory added this frame. What do you mean inventory was added this frame? It found 0 degree 0, picked up item. Okay, it's concerning that it says this twice. Oh, because I'm adding the inventory back. Fuck. Alright, so we can't skip added inventories because every time we modify an inventory like that, we add the inventory. That's annoying. Can we just continue then? Which, yeah, so effectively if you... I hate that it won't let me take an inventory out. Okay. Well, I guess that's why you do it. Because it lets you detect that fucking exact error there. So, for people that weren't here when I did that on the stream, like that's like 2 weeks ago now, I think. When we use the inventory commands thing to access the inventory, to let us recursively access inventories, we actually remove the specific inventory that you're accessing out of the assets, and we put it back when you drop the command. So basically, when you're modifying an inventory, we have complete access to that inventory and every other inventory mutably still as well, because we actually removed it. Whereas if we didn't do that, we wouldn't be able to access everything else immutably at the same time. The issue is the way that Bevy has that structured. When you put it back, you trigger an added event, which is really annoying. Anyway, so see, we opened inventory, you opened inventory, we opened this inventory, then we opened that inventory, and then we picked up the item. But apparently that didn't trigger a change, maybe? I don't know. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. It's in the inventory, yeah? Like it went in there. It's very weird. So as soon as I modify the inventory, which means that it's effectively not modifying the inventory. So why is adding... Oh, because I bet we're adding it to the... Maybe? I don't know. Anyway, I've got to have dinner, so the stream is going to be coming to the end basically as soon as I can track down what the fuck happened here. I'm going to need to not export the EGUI stuff, which is annoying. Because if I export that, then like, again, I need to go through it and kind of work out what copyright-wise I kind of have a right to just sort of ship wholesale, because I just copy-pasted it from someone else's repo. I have to look at like their licensing, I guess. What am I doing? I'm going somewhere. Inventory. We add an item in inventory. Fucking tools and modifiers and in interactions. Where is a manager? Right. So the manager, we call open inventory. Drop. So it's when we call insert. And I don't think there's an insert unchecked. So we say core mem take current inventory. So we just rip it and we drop it in there and we call unwrap. So we call insert. And then it calls insert with index or insert with UUID. And then it says if result is sum, it's only ever going to trigger modified if it already exists. Because we removed it and then added it, it's always going to be added. That's so annoying. And I assume it's the same with you, inserted with index. Replaced. It calls modified, otherwise it calls added. Get. Alright, whatever. Get mute untracked. Removed. Remove untracked. So remove untracked doesn't fire removed. Which ironically, we may have to use fucking removed to track whether the added it should be counted anyway. Okay, so what that's telling me is that I need to we need to go to like the where's the fucking style tooltip inventory somewhere rendering here, right? So asset event added ID. So if it's added or modified, effectively, either of those needs to trigger it to update, which is so annoying because it means I can't use added to know if it did it, because I guess I can, because what I would need to do is something along the lines of despawning. Ugh. Look at that. So effectively it's spawning and despawning just shitloads of entities because it spawned the entire inventory and then spawned the entire inventory in again, spawned the entire inventory in again. So why did it do it like 3 times? I need you to like not do that anyway. When I pick this up, okay, now it's actually working because it's in the wrong spot still, but so 3 separate inventories got fucking rendered doing that, which need to spawn new node for. Okay. So right, so they cleaned up one, and spawned another, which makes sense. It all worked. The annoying thing is this bit here where, because I fucking spawned the inventory in the same frame that I despawned the inventory, which makes me feel like adding and removing the inventory is annoying. How do I check for that? Like, the only thing I can think is to be like here, just continue. Can't return because returning would I need it to like print what it's doing. So I need to be like info ID. Right. So right, do that. I want to know what the IDs are. No. We need to put the message. The reason I want to print the message and not the ID is that I need to go like, is it added and modified an even number of times or whatever? Because effectively, I need to know if it's the first time it's been added. So at the moment, we skip it. God, that's so annoying. Because like I feel like you could probably count the number of times it was fucking done. So processing asset event for added. They were all added. Yep. Then we open the inventory, added. So they all only fire fucking added. Now, my question is, if I come up here. Right, so this updates the inventory node. If I go back to my inventory manager, and then we say when we say open inventory, right? Somewhere. No, this is add item. This is the inventory manager. So when we go open inventory, if I said remove, okay. So my assumption is that remove just says result remove untracked if result is some self.q events push removed result. So that should mean that I can detect when it's actually a change, because a change would I hate that so much. A change would be removed and then added. And because the events are in order, it should never be added and then removed, because that would just mean don't do it. So does it now have a bunch more words? So I guess these are added. And then this one is added and added. Received inventory event. It didn't continue. Like I think it continued. Right. So yeah. Do it before. So I want to know all the events. I wonder if it ever does unused. Maybe. So removing unchecked just doesn't fire the removed. But I wonder if it still triggers unused, because I just need some kind of way of knowing that an inventory is about to. Like that an inventory should be done. Added doesn't feel correct. Added, like. So processing. So we added, then we removed. Which means we should skip that one. But once it's been removed, we should flag it. And then it's added, they're all added. Then this one is received. Okay. Received inventory asset event. I don't know where this is coming from. So this is processing asset event removed, added. Which means that these two inventories were changed. So wait, what? What? Received inventory asset event. Who's printing this? Where is this coming from? Oh, this is the actual thing that's printing that. So you processed a bunch of adds and removed, and then wait. Do you touch something? Because why are you removed, added? Why is that spaced after this? Are you doing something down here? So this is detecting the two removed. My question is, this gets processed in update. What? Why do you get to open and close the inventory in between? Like, what? When do I reopen and close the inventory? Unclear. Unclear. Why it runs in that particular order. Processing assets added, removed, bunch of addeds. So you should only process an added if it was removed, because that is detecting a change. Well, the annoying thing with that is that one way around that would be to instead of using the asset events, we could actually like we could do the stuff ourselves. Like when you add an item to an inventory, if it succeeds, we fire an add item event. then you could also have a whole bunch of things where you could like add item, spawn item, and have different behavior based on which one was done. That might actually just have to be how we do it. In that because doing it this way is causing issues with it's effectively spawning and despawning just a shitload of entities. So added, removed. So okay, I do want it to like skip that kind of event, but like how do I skip that kind of event? Because the issue is that we do spawn and then add it immediately. I feel like this should all be the same frame. Remove an inventory asset event. Right. So that one should be like the water bottle despawning, which does make me feel like that's happening. Somehow this is being processed, then something's happening, and then this is being processed. Maybe that's the kill. No, surely not. Where's the render mod? Okay, render slot. Where am I doing it? Here. So is done contained. So we need a like not necessarily is done, but like let new was removed. Equals a hash set. Right. Yeah, the issue with taking them out. Adding it back. I want to skip all adds. Maybe I want to just trigger a modified. Question is, can I trigger a modified? I guess I can trigger a modified. That seems like actually just a smarter way of doing it. So we can do that. We go skip everything that's not that. So the inventory, the way I'm going to do it is I'm going to go to like my manager, my inventory commands. You need to stop. So you have deref and you have deref mute. So you have this ability to do this kind of stuff. So current inventory. And then we need to go something like mute. I don't know, just change modified. Right, so modified should start as default. Modified is false. So we open an inventory. Right, and then if you deref mute, because you deref mute the inventory, right? So we need to say here, we need to say self.modified equals true. If you access the inventory, self.modified equals true. Right. Does make me feel like maybe I shouldn't let you do certain things. So when you add an item, you do all this stuff. Okay, so I'm going to assume that the deref mute works properly, like how I'm expecting it to work in the thing. So we just need to go to your drop, and then we just go, hey, so you do this, you insert this, and then we say if self.modify self dot all inventories dot get mute self dot invited. So getting you mutably. So result match ID dense storage get. So if result is sum, trigger a modified. So if you were modified, trigger a modified. So that should mean that I don't have to worry about it. And the idea is that if you open an inventory, which means you've got inventory commands, if you access that inventory in a mutable way, it gets triggered as modified and then gets done. So it means opening, it's still going to have the same issue because we add a bunch of things to the inventory, which is effectively modifying it. But it does mean that we can do like pick you up. Did that not trigger it? So it detected multiple remove events. Processing, asset event, asset added. So yeah, it is despawning like a whole bunch of fucking items. Which but would be removed. I'm trying to think if there's a way to, because like what's happening again is that we're detecting the added. Well, actually, it's still just, it's firing the modified. Because again, we actually did modify the inventory. The annoying thing. So I guess the thing with that is we need to be like not, and I don't think there's a not in Bevy's like update node. So effectively we need to be like I think it's like, is it like ref? Like you can do that, which will mean that when we get the inventory down here, we like root is now acts like root. So we can effectively say if ref if root dot is added. What the fuck is strong? What? Fuck you doing that? Okay, anyway, root. Oh, it's probably because it derefs into. Okay, yeah. Is added. Continue. We should trace because again, like this is the kind of thing that'll annoy me later when I'm going, why is it not working? So we're going to trace skipping as it was only just added. And it's rendering. Right. That should work. So, wait, does it let me do that? Okay, cool. So the idea is if root is just added, so as in like if we literally just added the root, which means that it should have procced spawn, means that we don't care about it being modified, which means we don't spawn it. The idea is that you can have this thing detect changes to an inventory and add a new inventory in the same thing, but it shouldn't try and re-render an inventory that was just added. Because that's what's happening is that effectively, like, because the frame I add the inventory is also the frame that it ends up despawning the entire previously the on added one, because the frame that you created the inventory is also the frame that you spawned the inventory. So did it despawn a bunch of shit? Apparently not. It did throw some errors, but I think these errors are actual errors. Most of it didn't fit. We traced it. We say skipping as it was only just added. We skipped. And we skipped because they only just added, which means that when we come in here and we go open this, and we go, okay, so we added somewhere. They should have got updated. So processing. Now the question is, did it end up in the backpack? Possibly. So go here. We can also fix the names of these now. So shape. So the item is definitely in there. So the next thing to go is like world inspector and go somewhere custom cursor slot. So you didn't get detected. Why did you not fire the modification? My assumption is it's got something to do with the cursor modifying something, maybe. Did it tell me it skipped something? After processing, so removed, added, modified. Generation 0. processing asset events for inventory asset modified. How did that work? So processing asset events for inventory removed and then added. So we removed and added, which means that we didn't fire the modified. Why did modified not get fired? Because we probably did not access the inventory through deref. So where is that? We're so close to this working. It's got to be in manager inventory commands. Something some way, somehow, I think almost certainly it's just because, so remove item. We almost certainly are accessing you. This spawns item. This adds the item. How does the inventory do it? Not the inventory, no, it's the cursor slot. Somehow the interaction, mod interaction, hold. This gets the inventory. This calls open inventory, which gives us the inventory manager. So we have the inventory commands. Why did this not trigger modified? You have it mutably, yes. You have it mutably as well. So origin and then self commands into the open. So when we called open inventory, that gave us an unmodified one. When we called this has to access. No, this accesses this, which is the inventory command, which may in fact never access. Okay. Adding any. Wow. It's not necessarily there. Well. Okay, so what's happening is that because of the way that my inventory commands, I effectively always access the inventory by like dot thing, which means I never deref to get to it. Now, the annoying thing about that is add inventory add. We do the format can fit insert item. So basically, if you get to here, insert item. So that will trigger mute. Cannot borrow self as mutably. Annoying. Self.modified is true. Same with here, is instead of going dot add any, because of the way that this works, we need to go dot current inventory. Wait, what? No. Self dot current inventory dot add any, and then modified if it's true. Because if it returns false, it didn't modify it. So, yeah, this is kind of getting ugly. But the idea is because I was accessing it that particular way, because add any effectively is mutating it. Whereas this one, it's like by the time you get to here, insert item, you've already included that, but apparently we already have it mutable. We've already borrowed it immutably, which is annoying because of the way that this works. We can't borrow it. I guess, can we say like can fit insert? No. So it says cannot borrow self as mutable because it is also borrowed immutably. Must be borrowing it somewhere else. I mean, we can probably do that. Which is a very strange thing for the thing to let me do. But anyway, as we insert the item, we trigger that we've been modified. This is a terrible way of doing it. So all this code needs to be refactored. It's because I have like 4 or 5 different ways of doing the same thing, which is never a good thing. So what I need is for the modified to always be flipped whenever I call some kind of modifying thing on the inventory. The issue is that insert makes sense, but like add any can return false if it failed to add any. So that shouldn't be mutable. Anyway, when I pick this up, hey, it ended up in the inventory. And we can't pick anything else up. It worked. It fucking worked. Attempt to pick up item while already holding an item. Okay, okay, removed, added, modified. So effectively we can just ignore the removed and added, and then we only have to deal with the modified. I still think the idea of effectively only procking certain things is a better idea, but yeah, I don't know. I'll push this up. Again, I just need to not commit the inspect each UI stuff. So that would mean don't push these two lines. And don't push these in this one. Make cursor auto render when picked. I think, I don't know. I honestly have no idea what I was doing since the last commit. I really need to get better at committing like smaller changes, but this thing is just such a minefield of like you can't change anything without everything breaking. I need to change like everything. Anyway, thank you for tuning into the stream today. I will hopefully be streaming again tomorrow and continue to work on this. I might try and work on this tonight just to like clean it up because how horrendous it is that like when you add an item and you add an item at, they don't do the same thing. They should, but they don't. Technically, add item should be add item at, and it should be fit item. And fit item should then do the weird shit. Because then the idea is that, I'm going to make just different shit again. Because what I'd want is that fit item would then go through all of the spaces and call add item at, but that's terrible. I guess no, because the way that fit should work is, yeah, fit should then return where it can go, and then it should call add item at and then put the item there, and therefore we don't have to fuck around with this weird ass like these both do something. Well, effectively they are both going to do something. But you should do the same thing as this does. Because then it does this logic, which should all be like can fit. Because it tries for every fucking fit type and all that. Yeah, this code really needs to be optimized.